overs.
We're Cambridge, we're Colchester, Felixstowe and Cromer, we're Peterborough, Wellingborough, we're Luton and Acton, we're Hertford and Stratford, London and the East. We're beginners and we're veterans, local and adopted. We're progressive, we're inclusive, we're versatile, we wear our badge with pride. We're those who volunteer endless time, nurturing the future of our game. We're those who inspire others to give it a go. We're those who support with passion, and those who dream of pulling on our shirt. We're strengthening our history to thrive in the future. We are built by our region, for our region. We are sunrisers. Bounce it.
Leaders never stand still. Expect more with iShares.
Well, good morning everybody and welcome to Lords for day 3 of this county championship match, and it could be an absolute belter this one. Middlesex need 105 more runs to avoid the follow-on this morning. They are 5 wickets still standing in the first innings. Surrey pretty much dominated the game so far, but a crucial fight back yesterday by John Simpson and Max Holden managed to get them going in this innings, and now a bit of work to do this morning and on this third day. It should be fascinating where it goes. I'm sure Surrey will be desperate for the win in this one, and 16 points as opposed to 5 for the draw, so that follow on this morning, it could be crucial either way. Surrey might really want to push it on even if they aren't able to enforce it. We'll find out all about what happens later today from 11 o'clock, won't we? But let's look back on day 2 and the highlights. Oh, now that's 6, but goodness me. And yeah, but placed in between Mercer at mid-on and Milan at mid-wicket. And it's another boundary. Short and put away. Clark up and over the top of it. Beautiful shot. That's a good shot. Nice use of the feet. They've gone to a 6-3 field and it's exposed this offsides. Oh, he's bowled him. Smith's gone. 138 brilliant runs for Smith. He's put Surrey in a very strong position here, but that's an outstanding ball again from Helm. He's had a good couple of overs. Clark's 50, 91 deliveries. She had the century stand for the 6th wicket with Smith. Oh, chipped that a little bit, but placed it beautifully. Straight of Mercer at mid-off. That gets through. In the air, and gone! Bamba finally has a wicket. Oh, now that's gone! Mercer has the wicket, comes out of the glove of Simpson and goes through to slip. Clark's gone for 78. Oh, now he's played all around that one and he's gone. Helm has a 5-foot. Laws full straight. Oh, now gone. 6 for Helm. Leading edge straight to Sloman. The Middlesex captain takes the catch to wrap it up. 4-3-3. Lovely shot. Sloman's off the mark and he's off the mark with the boundary. That's punched nicely. Oh, what a ball. What a ball around the wickets of Sloman. Pulled hard, pulled powerfully, placed perfectly, and lands onto 14, 29 for 1. It's a positive start for Milan and it's a positive start for Robson. His first boundary. Middlesex 37 for 1. Oh, now gone. Milan's gone. A little feather. Oh, goodness me. It's come back down the slope from Abbott. He's gone just after getting off the mark. Goes for 4. Probably a catch, but away in front of Backle Point. Play again. That's nicely done. 4 more for Simpson. And that will be the 50 partnership.
Excellent shot. Excellent shot.
There we go. That's what he was thinking the previous one. Opens the face. Oh, look at that. That's not a bad way to bring up your 50. Max Holden 50 from 93 deliveries. Oh, wow. That's not a bad way to bring up your 50. A first 6 for Simpson, he moves to 54. Star of the show last year in Middlesex's promotion. Edged, gone. Good from Abbott. Holden removed at last by Surrey. So 10 wickets on day 2 and well, a fascinating one really. 121 runs added in the morning for those 5 wickets from Surrey to finish up, and then Middlesex a decent start, but a couple of dismissals which they'll feel a little unlucky with, Sam Robson and Peter Milan. One man who helped the recovery though was Max Holden. He spoke to us overnight.
Max Holden, thanks for joining us at the end of day 2 here at Lord's.
Max, first and foremost, the word on your own form. Came out of the Merchant Taylors game with a 40 and a 30, another 50 today. Seem to be batting yourself into good nick.
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. Obviously, it'd be nice to sort of push on and get a bigger score, but it's nice to contribute. I've sort of tried to take some of the positives and learnings from the T20 format into my 4-day batting and sort of keep that positive intent in mind. So obviously, it's going to be a different style of innings and a style of cricket, but try and take some of that form into the 4-day stuff, and hopefully I can carry that on.
A massive partnership between yourself and John Simpson today, a real game saver. 116 put on for the 5th wicket. Looked tough out there, but you both gritted it out.
Yeah, no, it's not easy. Obviously, they're a high-quality attack and got a bit extra pace and bounce, and they bowl well with the newish ball. But we know, they showed once the ball got a little bit older, it was going to get easier. So it's about initially sort of knuckling down with John there, and then finding our own ways to score runs when they missed, which was few and far between to start with. But we sort of managed to build that partnership, and it was nice to be out there, and hopefully sets us up tomorrow to bat as well as we can and get as many runs on the board and put pressure on that 3rd innings for Surrey.
Absolutely. Follow-on target of 284. We looked a long way away from that when you came in with to join Simo, or Simo came in to join you. I think we're now about 120 odd short. It's at times like this, I guess, that we can look with some degree of joy that we've got Higo still to come, and of course Josh Taker's batting down the order.
Yeah, definitely. I think we bat a long way down, and obviously got 2 high-quality batters in next. So hopefully, fingers crossed, the guys get themselves in. I'm sure they'll come hard in the morning, Surrey. But if we get through that, there's no reason why we can't bat as long as possible. And like you said, there's plenty of runs to go in this order, and hopefully the guys will fight all the way down and put pressure on them, because we know we've seen at times at Lords, 3rd inning sometimes is a tricky innings to know how to negotiate and how to go about it for them. So the longer we can bat, the more pressure there'll be on Surrey in that inning. So hopefully the guys get stuck in the morning and rack up as many runs as possible.
Absolutely. Just disappearing into the distance, walking over the pitch behind you is Tom Helm, good mate of yours. Career best figures for Tom today, 6 for his first ever in first-class cricket. You must have been delighted for him. He bowled really well. Yeah,
no, chuffed for him. Really pleased. He bowled beautifully. I think he bowled really well last week at Merchant Taylor as well, and to bat that up here, and we showed yesterday he's got so many ways he can get wickets. When the wicket gets a bit flatter, he went for obviously the short ball theory, and obviously today when it was swinging, he got wickets that way as well. So he's a fantastic bowler, and really pleased for him.
Last word on yourself, Max. I don't think I've spoken to you since you got called up to the Manchester Originals in the 100. That obviously came off the back of an outstanding blast campaign for us, where your strike rates have gone through the roof. You must be really excited to be featuring in this year's 100.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. I think it's something that I've been sort of aiming towards. It all players want to play as high as possible, and hopefully to be in that environment around other experienced, high quality players, we can sort of learn off them and sort of improve my own game to play well for Middlesex. Obviously, big game this week, and then a big game next week at Warwickshire. But yeah, really excited to join up with them in a couple of weeks and hopefully give it a good shot.
Absolutely. Well done, Max. Well deserved. Good luck tomorrow. I hope it goes well.
Thanks, Patch. Cheers, mate.
So Max Holden, 50 yesterday, and it was a really fine innings from Holden, but a wonderful ball to dismiss him equally. And now over to Simpson and Bamber. Abbott picking up that wicket, Sibley with the catch. So Stoneman was first to go, caught Folkes, bowled Clark. A lovely ball from Clark really was around the wicket, just left Stoneman, who'd looked as though he was digging in. 31 deliveries, 11 runs. Milan and Robson was settling things down before a couple of quick wickets, which really threw the cat amongst the pigeons for Middlesex. And Milan a little feather, a bottom edge through to Folkes off Overton. Robson bowls off bat, boot onto the pads. Pretty unlucky to go for 12. Davies a lovely shot for 4, late cut to get off the mark, and then he was out the very next ball, caught Sibley off Laws, ball angled across him. And Holden the last to go again. A fine ball from Abbott to remove him. 117 deliveries he faced, 55 runs, the same number that Simpson has. And a big job he has to do today. 108 balls faced, but Middlesex needing 105 more to avoid the follow-on. And Ethan Bamber, how long can he hang out there this morning? That ball's 64 overs old, so 16 until the second new ball for Worrell, Clark, Abbott, Overton, Laws. And they bowled very, very well yesterday. Those economy rates on the right-hand side, Laws going at 4 and over in the end, but look at that top 4. A very, very tight and efficient pack yesterday. Surrey and Middlesex had to work extremely hard at a much lower runs per over than they were able to achieve themselves with about Abbott's 2 for 28, obviously stand out. But all 4 of them posed varying threats. And Worrell, you can bet, will be gunning for his first wicket of the match today. And well, if they can get those 5 wickets for fewer than 105, and the forecast isn't great for tomorrow, they stick Middlesex back in and then fancy, if there is a bit of weather about tomorrow, just trying to get out there and thump around whatever they need to win the game. Smiles on the faces of the umpires and Richard Johnson. I say get the umpires in a good mood, Jono. So umpire O'Shaughnessy and umpire White to make their way to the middle. And there's the little cameras on their chests as well to keep an eye on proceedings out in the middle as well. But a glorious sunny day. That's one of the main things that we need to know for today. A full day's play expected. What we get of tomorrow, we'll have to wait and see in the morning. Probably a full day as well, knowing the forecast. But both sides have a clear target this morning. Surrey 5 wickets within 105 runs, so give them the option of enforcing the follow-on. Middlesex 105 runs, and put the ball into Surrey's court as to how this game goes thereafter. 16 points have been a massive amount to both of these sides. Surrey top of the table, holding off Essex, who are going very well against Kent at Chelmsford. And Middlesex just behind Kent, who aren't going so well at Chelmsford. So a win for them, 16 points. And just maybe possibility to get out of that bottom 2, tighten up at the bottom of the table. But first things first, Ethan Bamber out to bat with John Simpson. He was out to bat with Mark Stoneman last week at Northwood, opening the innings as a night watchman, back out the next morning. How long can he hang around for today? Yeah, one of the factors will be that if he hangs around to that second new ball, Higgins walks out to face the second new ball, get yourself in against that, or would Higgins actually prefer that Bamber got out relatively quickly and left Higgins a bit of time to get himself in before the new ball becomes available? Josh De Carey's an opening bat to come thereafter at number 9, and then Helm and Murtagh. But just so many figures this morning that they're going to be sharply in focus and pertinent, the main one being that interim target, as Mike Selby described it yesterday. 105 more runs for Middlesex to avoid the follow-on. It'll be Dan Worrell to get us going, the Australian. Nice of Overton, run right across in front of him in his follow-through there. Jog across the pitch, he's heading out towards square leg. Worrell bowled beautifully yesterday, bowled fantastically well at the Oval against Middlesex as well. Hunting his first wicket. They'll know the man on strike, John Simpson, 55, star of the show last year with the bat. He can very much move things along here at Lords this morning if he hangs around for a while. Full down the leg side first up from Worrell, take from Folkes, indeed. Folkes went well yesterday as well, didn't he? A fifer. All eyes on the test match again at Old Trafford today to see how England go. They'll be up and running as well now, weather permitting. Spot from Worrell, eased away by Simpson. First run of the third day, and Middlesex 180 for 5 indeed now. .180 for 5 it is. Scoreboard will catch up in the bottom left in a moment. Ethan Bamber. He's had a few cameos with the bat over the years for Middlesex. He certainly knows one end from the other. Nothing huge to speak of at the moment just yet for Bamber. Still awaits his first class 50. A couple of 20s and 30s of note. 50 would be useful this morning. Tough attack though. Two slips in place and a gully. That short mid wicket. Sabat not far away. Not the fastest of tracks here at Lords, but we've seen seam movement, we've seen swing. That man bowled incredibly well. Ethan Bamber very unlucky not to get far more for his efforts in this game. Past the edge on numerous occasions. It's a bit of shape away again from Worrell. I'm Kevin Hand, bringing you the live stream from Lords today. Delighted to say alongside me is Angus Fraser. Welcome up to the box. Gus, we've been watching you on the camera the last couple of days around the ground in various places.
What do you mean watching me?
Well, the camera's picked you out around the ground. So we've been on the big screen. Name back in lights again.
Delight for members, wouldn't it? Actually, just picking up on Ethan Bamber, he did bowl beautifully in this game, and it's one of those ones where you just got to persevere, haven't you, and realise it's going to turn round. But
Edged.
Useful, cheeky little four. Take him. Some sort of equalising from your sort of thing as a bowler, the number of edges that you get down to third man or misfortunes, and then as a batter, the first one you nick, it goes straight to slip, and you think, why can't I edge it? You get a bit of sort of a. Doesn't these things even themselves out? But I was chatting with Alex Stewart, actually. It might be one of the things you were talking about, sort of on the balcony up in the pavilion, and just chatting about it, and he said, yeah, Bamber deserved a 5. I mean, that's how well he bowled.
Yeah.
I mean, he bowled well enough to take 5 wickets. I think he only ended up with a 1, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
But as a bowler, some days you've got to bowl a bit of rubbish, and you walk away with a 5. So it evens itself out if you keep persevering and keep doing things well, which is what he will continue to do, because he's got a pretty good mindset, hasn't he? But it's an important morning for Middlesex, this. Obviously want to get past that follow-on if they possibly can. Get as close to Surrey as we can. I know the weather forecast isn't great tomorrow, but all of a sudden Surrey desperate to sort of get points at the top of the table. Yes, Middlesex want to win 2, but with Kent in trouble, sort of closing the back gap to them with a draw, or with a situation where Middlesex might get set something because of the weather around. So it'll be interesting to see how Surrey go about it if and when they eventually run Middlesex out.
I think we've got a really interesting third day in prospects here. See, exactly the way I see it. So what is it, 100 more runs now for Middlesex to avoid the follow-on, and then all of a sudden, very much like that Nottinghamshire game, 16 points for the win, 5 for the draw. Interesting to see what moves Surrey make. It's a beaut from Abbott's.
But you watch that ball and you watch the way that a couple nipped down the slope there for Worrell in the first over, and you think these 100 runs are not going to be straightforward.
Well, the equation is so similar to yesterday, isn't it? Surrey came out with the Centurion and a fella on 50. They scored 121 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. Middlesex, with 5 wickets, standing need 105 this morning. Second new ball just around the corner as well. So you see Surrey looking in a very good position yesterday morning with 5 wickets standing. They only got 121 more, so that's how difficult the 105, where Middlesex have got the pressure adding to the peril to them this morning. So this 105 runs, or 100 more as it is now, will not be easy at all.
And that's why it's important for Mr. Bamber to make a nuisance of himself for the next half an hour, hopefully 45 minutes or so.
What's sparing a thought for Ryan Higgins, though, that Bamber bats for an hour, gets out in 16.1 overs time, and Higgins walks out to face the new ball.
It'd be one of those moments where you sort of see off the next few overs. Spinner comes on, have a hack at a spinner, slog a little 30 runs to fill your boots, and then chip one in the air and say, well, it's over to you now.
I think I said it to Selv last night. You could almost see Higgins saying it's time for Bamber to retire after he's had about 20 minutes this morning. Single for Simpson, just fine of Jacks, the spinner who, as you say, might get a little go at some point before that second new ball, and against Bamber, the tail ender, against the left-handed Simpson. But yeah, it's no answer to it whatsoever. It's just the match situation, isn't it? Higgins either gets to play himself in ahead of the second new ball or he doesn't. But Middlesex do benefit if Bamber's been out there for 16 overs. Opening batter come as well, as there's another delay just with the side screens at the pavilion. Opening batters come at number 9, Josh DeCaries.
I'm surprised you're not sort of suggesting we chuck him in sort of against a new ball.
Well, there we go. I mean, if I were Higgins, I think I'd... Ooh, that went some, didn't it? Through the air. 185 for 5. Let's have a look at that one again. It's tailed late. Held its line through. Interesting thing in this game has been that yesterday Stephen Eskenazi was up here. Mike Selvey had noted it first thing. The ball just seemed to be doing a little bit more yesterday than it did on day one, which is unusual. I wandered around past a couple this morning and just said, well, why was that? Well, it caused the ball to do a little bit more on day 2 than it did on day 1 for both sides.
Yeah, that seemed to do more yesterday morning as well, didn't it? A lot of beat in the bat, wasn't there? A bit wide there, didn't it?
They've been very lenient on the wides in this match. Overton bowled an unbelievably full delivery, barely on the track. That was off the track. Yeah, it was really interesting. So, and indeed, the first evening and the second evening, the ball seemed to swing an awful lot both nights as well. Self said perhaps a little bit of humidity or something in the evening. It seemed as though there was a little bit going on. Older ball this morning. Well, if they can make a couple of breakthroughs before the second new ball, they'll be over the moon. Sorry. Tormentor of Middlesex. The over, it was a strong performance by them. Roach fantastically well. They got it wrong to begin with, didn't they, actually, in that partnership got going with Robson and Milan. After Roach had picked up Stoneman. Boy oh boy did they come back at Middlesex. Yelp, nothing more from Surrey. Shape on it again, but Hine has to do an awful lot. Into the over. Maiden for Worrell. Big shout, one delivery, or a yelp, one shout. So to Simpson, it was high, they knew it as well. But worth asking a question. 85 for 5.
Yeah, struggling for a little bit of rhythm there, Worrell. He's a good bowler, this fella. He's one of those ones where you see someone bowling, I don't know, being an old bowler yourself, and you just look at and think, oh, who's this type of thing. Even a few years ago when he first just got a nice run up, control run up, strong action, hits the pitch hard, gets the ball moving the way that you'd like to see it move. So when he became available, not surprised that sort of Surrey nabbed him. I think there have been a lot of counties looking to get his signature.
This fella ain't bad either, but that's a nice shot from Bamber. Kicks him away down steep backward square leg.
He's a good performer. I mean, again, as you just said, I think against Middlesex at the Oval, he struggled a bit to begin with and then slipped into a sort of rhythm, didn't he, and sort of ripped out 3 or 4 quick wickets. He's that sort of bowler when he gets it right. He can be very, very difficult to face.
It's nice from Abbott. Just enough in it for the bowlers on this surface. If they get it right, then equally for the batters, they get your head down on this one. We've seen it: Smith, Simpson, Holden, Burns to begin with, Clark. There's more than enough throughout to keep the bowlers interested. First time we've seen each other since Northwood. Have you covered from the run chase? Scores level, but
I'm still struggling to explain it to people. Are you? I mean, because there's equal sort of well done and a little bit of frustration. One run, but equally, we could have. People say we could have, but sitting there and watching it, and it was a cracking afternoon of cricket, wasn't it? And all the little nuances, the second new ball that sort of Northampton could pull out as and when they wanted. It's interesting sort of just going in the players area after the game. That was very subdued, as though they felt they'd missed out. And so yeah, it's. I mean, ultimately, you should take some confidence from it. I mean, 320 is the biggest score we've posted this year in Championship cricket. Difficult. I say the pitch was offering enough help for the bowlers, so to come through that first 100 for Robson. So some positives, but yeah, just a little bit of if only, isn't it?
Simple on that one.
Yeah, for me, probably. I just remember because when we were talking about it, weren't we? And there were a couple of overs in the middle where Simpson and Robson blocked out sort of 2 or 3 maidens. You just thought maybe they could have scored 2 or 3 more runs, but equally, it doesn't mean you have to go hard and suddenly start sort of trying to hit the ball over the top or anything like that, but just be a little bit more industrious. And you sort of think it was that a little spell where it went up from 6.5 to 7.5 and over, didn't it, the run rate? But that was a cracking day's cricket, wasn't it, for everybody who watched or either live or on the stream.
Into the over, 186 for 5. Yeah, I guess if you'd have said to Middlesex that morning you're going to walk away with 8 points from today, would you take it? They probably would have, because it was a lot of runs. You know, the mad part as well was I interviewed Toby Rowland-Jones after and said, did you know that if he scored 2 off that last ball it was going to be 8 points rather than 5? And he said no, and I don't.
Well, I'm glad they pushed. I'm glad they pushed for that second rather than just hit it and sort of sulk through for a single.
That's what I said. Yeah.
The fact that he did push hard, so that got it does another 3 points.
Because he was only pushing hard though to put the pressure on to see if the throw went wrong, and he found the 3rd run because Robson didn't know either. Yeah, 8 points for Middlesex, 5 for Northampton. Pretty much means Northamptonshire are down as well. So for them, they may well have thought they had enough runs really.
Well, and again, before lunch, batting looked pretty hazardous, didn't it? There was a lot of playing and missing. Middlesex lost 2 wickets. And again, even when Max Holden was out, we were fearful then that Northants could sort of zip through Middlesex and sort of win by 100 runs or something like that. So yeah, it's a sort of day of mixed emotions, wasn't it?
It's in 16 points, 8 points, 5 points, no points. Probably end of the season you look back and think, oh, they were useful, those 8 points rather than 5.
Hopefully.
Yeah. That's the conundrum for this one, isn't it? And that's why I was really excited about today, actually. I think the difference between 16 for the win and 5 for the draw in a match like this, and similarly the Nottinghamshire match here at Lord's, never happens with these runs to avoid the follow-on this morning. Squirts away. Just a single this time for Bamber. Yeah, whatever happens with these runs this morning, Surrey will really be thinking, look, 433, 187 for 5 as it is now. 16 points would be nice here. Essex going well against Kent. I don't think the forecast for tomorrow is terminal. I don't think it's a washout. But
no, it's like driving in this morning and listen to sort of 5 Live as you come in, and they're going to the Open and Old Trafford, and you sometimes think, well, is your job on the BBC as a news person or doing the news to report it or to add jeopardy to it? And it's like, it's going to be a washout. But the Test, I bet it's not. I bet they get far more play than, I mean, on these days the weather never seems to, sometimes it's the sort of the days that you don't bowl a ball are the ones that surprise you. I know, I mean, forecast, I'm not going to go weather forecast or anything like that, because it can't be a very easy job.
Oh, hoops in. Well dug out by Simpson.
But equally, to sit there now and sort of say, well, tomorrow's just a write-off, I don't think that's going to be the case up at Swallow, isn't it? I don't think that's going to be the case up at Manchester, even less so probably down here.
Is that Crawley talking about an innings victory overnight? They're bold, aren't they? Ollie Robinson, we're going to give them a hiding earlier this season.
Well, I must say, I mean, you've got to take your hat off to England, haven't you? I mean, it's been extraordinary. Yesterday was just stunning cricket. I mean, they've rattled Australia. Australia look all over the place. I didn't see England get into Australia like they have, and I was watching a bit of that as well. So sort of sat where you are, you can watch the Middlesex game and also the TV at the same time. And Middlesex, England are scoring at the rate they were, but they weren't slogging. They were just bowling, hitting bad balls for 4. It was just junk bowling.
Well, Pat Cummins was going at nearly 8s, wasn't he, at one point?
No, just half volleys, wide, 2 straight clips for 4. I mean, it's just poor bowling, simple as that. And equally, some Australia straight out. Whilst this series has been absolutely fascinating, brilliant to watch as an Ashes, it's been some pretty ordinary cricket played at times.
Movement again back in for Abbott there. It's just going late, isn't it, as well at the moment.
Hang in there, Ethan.
Oh, he got a nasty one last night. Did you see?
Was that the beat? I didn't see that. I only heard it was a beamer. Someone said after the day's play.
Yeah, well, Selva and I thought that he managed to get the splice on it at least, but as he came off, he was really, the fingers and shaking out the hand. Now, it could have been the reverberation up the bat, but just the way when he walked off at the close, he had the glove off and was still stretching out the fingers.
Cheeky little hand to head.
Yeah.
Well, the one thing it was an accident.
Selva's going through a few over the years that weren't.
I mean, it was an accident yesterday, but I mean, just saying there was a bowler. I mean, bowling a beamer would be a really hard ball to bowl actually, because it's such a completely different sensation. Little flirt out there by Bamber, but again, you get used to releasing the ball at a certain point in your action, and all right, you release it a little bit early. It's a full ball. You release it a little bit late. You drag it down at times just because as your arm comes over. But how early you've got to leave the ball, let go of the ball for it to be a beamer. I mean, it's horrible. Well, you wouldn't want to try and predict the mindset of someone who's trying to bowl one, but then the sort of ability to get it right would be really challenging. He's pulled him through mid-off for 4.
Shot of the day so far from Ethan Bamber.
I don't know whether he's sort of read his mind there. It's going to be a short one. Stand and deliver. Your money or your life. Who sung that?
Dick Turpin.
Adam and the Ants.
Before my time.
They were Adam and Ants. They were big when there was a sort of. They came in when I was at Gayton High School, so in sort of 1980s, late 70s, early 80s, sort of.
Yep.
Suddenly, sort of. Boys came in, sort of testing the school uniform rules with a bit of sort of Adam and the Ant sort of dress attire. Wouldn't have gone down very well with certain members of staff, though. That's for sure.
About a couple here, Simpson. Out they come. 94 for 5. So what's that now? 90 more.
Sort of early 80s. That was sort of all your new. I'm trying to think. It was like Adam and the Ants. Duran. No, there was more. Yeah, it's more sort of moved on to sort of new romantics type thing, hasn't it? Duran, Human League.
I do listen to the 80s actually.
You'd have heard them in the gym at the back of the pavilion this morning when I was on the bike. It's like sort of going back 40 years. But at Hall and Oates, you can't be a bit Hall and Oates. Out of touch, that was good.
Oh, what a ball that is. Bowled a few of these himself, Bamber, yesterday.
Pitched off stump. Just keep playing the line. Hang in there, don't get frustrated. Done a good job so far.
If the weather plays its part, we really do have a good game of cricket still here, I think. And obviously, 5 wickets for 89 more runs, then it could be a different story. Wow, look at that go.
But again, just speaking about Worrell before, and like that, just looking at him running in, and nice strong action, boom, hits the pitch hard, good bounce, movement away, stunning delivery. Doesn't matter who you're in. I mean, anybody in the world's going to miss that.
Apart from Peter Milan, he didn't hit it. He's out of luck at the moment, isn't he? Little feather, bottom edge through to the keeper.
Although Alex Stewart was moaning when I saw him, he thought he was out LBW first ball.
Yeah, we wondered, was there a little inside edge? I think both Ollie and I thought we heard 2 noises. Ollie with the cans on at the back of the box. I've got an earpiece in.
So the second noise wasn't Stewart going, oh no.
He's a good bat, isn't he? You know, that's what I say. He's got a couple of cameos to his name so far, but we still see that maiden first class 50.
Yeah, I mean, I say you look at players, and when we were coming through, I mean, I averaged what, 11, 12 with the bat, and with a bit of more work, I could have probably got to mid-teens. I was better than 11 or 12, but you just didn't practice. I mean, it sounds pretty unprofessional when you say that here and now, but you'd have a sort of 2-hour training session and it's Gus, do you want about, and everybody would be looking at you and looking at the watch and saying, isn't it about time we went home? And say, well, I'll do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow, training session, the same question, we'll do it, and you just don't do it. And there was a period, actually, certainly when I was with England and before the '99 World Cup, and batted really a lot in the nets, and all of a sudden sort of had a period where you did average 25-30 and playing properly. So they could have done it, but nowadays greater attention to detail is played by the lower order, hence they do hang around. And again, your likes of Ethan, who should be averaging high teens, he's a capable player. Tom Helm, early to mid-20s, he can play. Toby Rowland-Jones, sort of high 20s. And having those players coming in at 8, 9, 10 is really important, because it's not just the runs you get, it's if you're getting 20, the bloke at the other end's probably getting 22, so you're suddenly putting 40 runs on, and it can change the nature of games quite quickly. So, I mean, the batting is far better. I mean, again, Tufnell, Cowans, Daniel, it didn't take much to get through them some days. It was like having 3 Murters at the bottom of the order. Sounds a bit harsh, but the lower order didn't often last too long. But yeah, Bamber, I should say, I have to do my sledge too much, Ethan. When you got 50, come and talk to me. But he's not rude enough to sort of confront you in the first place with something sort of...
He'd just smile and apologise. Yeah, sorry, I haven't got one yet, Gus. So actually, that was the note last night. It was one of the rare times you don't see him smiling when he got that beamer. He was in pain, all right. And he walked off at stumps. Here's Laws replacing Abbott. First change. 30 minutes gone. Yes. What's the man who did let that one slip out last night?
So he's on one warning. Another one slips. He's off for this innings.
Got Worrell, Overton, Abbott,
Clark.
Single for Bamber. 196 for 5. Of course, mustn't forget, third morning we are still in the first innings of this match. Surrey, one more wicket for a bowling point. Middlesex, of course, the first and foremost. Thinking about the follow-on, but 54 more runs for a batting point. That was where the move from 200 to 250 for a batting point in this match, I think it showed it pretty well that Surrey 433, they only get 3 batting points. Really good innings. Strong enough bowling performance from Middlesex. A few too many loose balls on that first day, but 21 for 5 yesterday morning. And they battled all the way down Surrey as well. Oh, now is he gone? Simpson clips it down the leg side. What a catch that is from Folkes. Outstanding. Absolutely brilliant behind the stumps. Law's delighted. He can't believe it. But Folkes has taken a worldie behind the stumps there.
Yeah, stunning catch. A little bit of luck there for Surrey. Laws, a bit of playing and missing, so you could argue You deserve a bit of luck every now and then, but that's a magnificent catch there by Folks. Ball's dying on him as he's going down, but he's managed to hold on to it, showing there what an exceptional gloveman he is. And Surrey get the breakthrough, and they've got the man they wanted really, which would have been John Simpson. Ethan Bamber's making a nuisance of himself, but Simpson's the one that could go on and punish them. So it's taken just over half an hour, but Surrey have got the breakthrough. Middlesex on 196.
Strangle. A little bit of luck. Nick down the leg side. Obviously more and more of it at the moment. It's 196 for 6. So I can't remember seeing as many leg slips and leg gullies as I've seen this season, the last couple of seasons really. Years I've been covering the game. Here's Higgins though. Comes out with Middlesex still needing to do a job here. 284 is the target for them.
Just got sledged by Alex Stewart. Obviously he's been watching our streaming. He's not here today. Both pads, if you're dealing with facts, I'm sure he's probably talking about the LBW.
The two noises, both pads.
The LBW.
That did occur to me, I must admit, Alec.
He said my music tastes need updating. And he said I was best when fresh, when batting. Thank you, Alec. Just because he hangs around the dressing room still in his training kit, I think he thinks he's down with the kids, doesn't he, with his music taste. I think he was Val Doonican or something like that, wasn't he, on tour?
He's smiling even wider now with the wicket of Simpson. Let's get through Higgins ahead of this second new ball. Why didn't even need it? End of the over, 196 for 6. Simpson gone for 60. Folks outstanding behind the stumps. Just went early, didn't he? Folks, and it got himself in position, but even still he had an awful lot to do.
It was off the face of the bat, so you wouldn't have thought it lost much pace, but it's just died on him right at the end there and going away, almost swinging further away. So yeah, an exceptional piece of glove work there. Covered a lot of ground as well.
Just those couple of first movements with his feet, which then gave him the chance for the dive, but as I say, there was still an awful lot to do, even though he'd read it with the first movement.
Well, it is. I mean, with Alex Stewart behind the stumps, that'd have been 4. They'd have just waved it through. Sorry, Alec, I'll stop.
No, you won't. One for 26 so far for Overton. Into the attack, replacing Worrell, keeping Abbott and Worrell fresh for that second new ball. The phone will probably buzz in a moment. Alex Stewart saying keeping them fresh for the start of the Middlesex second innings. A lot of work to do here. How can Bamber go about aiding Higgins? It's actually the job of Bamber becomes an awful lot bigger now with the loss of Simpson, doesn't it? There's only de carries of the recognised batters to come. So where it was hang around and be a nuisance this morning, he really does need to hang around and contribute, doesn't he? Alongside Higgins and de Carries. 284 to avoid the follow-on. Deep backward square in position, as you can see behind him. It's a long leg as well. Has he? No, he hasn't. Folks thought there was a noise.
Overton didn't really go up there, did he? Ethan didn't look like he did it either, and he's quite an honest chap. I wouldn't say he's a very good liar, Ethan.
Who is Gus?
Can't say. Just going back to that field about a man being out on the hook. I don't think Ethan Bamber's going to be hooking Overton at 70 yards away down the deep backward square leg. Well, I'd be surprised anyway.
Myself was musing about just how far back they are. It's such a big boundary. Oh, goodness me.
I remember once playing against Gloucestershire and Sid Lawrence, sort of putting 2 men out on the hook, and I looked at myself, playing the hook shot, I've never even thought of hooking. You sort of tearing in and whizzing it past your nose. The hook shot was the last thing I'm thinking of. Just to let you know that the short one might be coming, I suppose, isn't it? Put it in your mind as much as anything. Could almost do that with a leg gully though.
Tough this for Middlesex, certainly tough for Bamber. 196 for 6. Maiden start up for Overton on the third morning. What happened to the bowlers union? Sid Lawrence is going to bump you?
Well, yeah. I never knew of a bowlers union. I don't know. I mean, everybody talks about it, but I never thought about it. You just want to get, well, as a bowler yourself, you just want to get off that field as quick as you can and do what you need to do to get that lower order out the way of the stumps.
The only time I ever saw it was Finter Richardson here. He just wouldn't put it over halfway up Richardson's shin, never mind his knee. Yeah. It was actually becoming painful in the end because you were thinking, Richard, get out, because sooner or later he's going to have to put one in short.
The West Indies went after us, as my hands verify.
Single for Higgins to get off the mark to deep square. Well, was it yourself or not self that I was talking to the other day? The Malcolm Marshall to Norman Cowan's incident at Uxbridge.
Yes. Which was that? Go and remind me of that.
Well, he walked out to bat, no helmet on. Everyone said, "You forgot the bat." He said, "He's not going to bump me." He was the one that told me from the horse's mouth. Embers was at the non-strikers end. Just get forward, Norman. Whatever you do, get forward. Make sure you get forward. Went forward first ball and more one side of the head.
Well, Middlesex, historically, there used to be 2 teams that we seemed to have bump awards against. One was Leicestershire and the other was Sussex. And it was obviously why Wayne Daniel was around, because Wayne Daniel was obviously a pretty fierce and fast bowler and didn't mind banging it into anyone. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
He's looking
How
at
was
flicking
that
that through the off leg side, was he?
Yeah, how has he not cleaned him up there? Well, any angle we see this one on.
And I think that's a beautiful delivery. You're better off playing that straight, Ethan. But Wayne had obviously roared in against Sussex and bumped Imran Khan, and Imran Khan apparently was running down the hill. Middlesex were 8 or 9 down or whatever it was, and Wayne Daniel sort of gloved one in front of his nose and it went sort of into the back point area, and there was a sort of almost in a gap between gully and the slip area, and there could have been a quick single had it been there, and Imran Khan was alleged to say, "Don't let him get away." I wanted a couple more deliveries to try and get even with Wayne Daniel because he's hit me a couple of times.
End of the over, just the one off it. 197 for 6. Bump wars. Who was it at Leicestershire?
It was, well, I think it was George Ferris. He was there. He was quick. Agnew speaks well about that, Jonathan Agnew, because he was terrified about it. Sort of thought, Middlesex had a pretty fast attack with sort of Wayne Daniel, Neil Williams, Norman Cowers. I mean, that was as lively as anything in county cricket, and one of the reasons, obviously, aided by having two brilliant spinners in Edmonds and Embry, but as a seam attack it used to be a pretty formidable one that went around the country sort of testing the bravery of some opposition. I think Leicester had Agnew, Les Taylor, I think George Ferris for a while, and there was some bit of bump balls. I think Agnew sort of tells a story of him trying to sort of bounce Wayne Daniel, and Wayne went to hook it and almost he hit it, just rather than going over square leg, he's cut it almost straight into one of the old boxes in the old grandstand that used to be here. So they were obviously playing up the grandstand side of the ground. But Overton would be horrible to face. I mean, he's a big, strong man, runs in hard, hits the pitch hard. When he gets it right, he can be up there in the high 80s, early 90s. Bowled quickly in the Test matches he played, didn't he?
Fends that off. Higgins as best he can. Robson got done by one yesterday, didn't he? Trying to just fizzed back at him, ledge down onto his boot and onto the stumps. We were trying to work out whether it was glove, but you just suggested perhaps elbow.
Yeah, just his reaction. He sort of rubbed his elbow, suggesting it might have come down off his elbow. Mark Rampekus used to get hit on the back elbow quite a lot when he batted. Strange one.
Single for Higgins. Quite sure he's fully involved in that. Oh, now he's got it. What a catch. Brilliant from Overton. Sends one in short. Well, Higgins has fended one off as well. Now Bamber does, but only fends it back to the big man. Two for Overton now.
Yeah, good first half an hour by Middlesex, but suddenly lost two players. All right, except that Ethan Bamber wasn't going to last all morning. He's done his job by lasting 45 minutes, that's for sure. But wasn't a short probe. Didn't maybe bounce as much as he thought, and great athleticism there by Overton. Both the Overtons, Craig and Jamie, great athletes as well as outstanding cricketers. And again, to get over there and take the catch, fantastic. And just the start that Surrey would have wanted. 2 down. Middlesex 198 for 7. 86 runs still required to avoid the follow-on. So somewhere in the next before lunch, Middlesex are going to have to find a partnership, unless they may well find themselves batting again this afternoon.
Josh Carey's, who was going right down at Hampshire. Middlesex found themselves in trouble down there. We were musing, Kevin James and myself, whether they'd just send Carey straight back out to open if he was not out at the end of the innings. Coming in all the way down the order, it must be a funny experience for him, having opened here against Nottinghamshire last year with Mark Stoneman, now playing as a spinner, and finds himself all the way down the order. Got that century for the University a couple of years back, didn't he? For Leeds Bradford against Yorkshire, which grabbed a few headlines. A decent Yorkshire attack in that game as well. He's got a big job now to do with Higgins and Second new ball just 5 overs away. Two for 27 Overton. Wicket the last ball of the over for him, so over to Laws. 2 for 35 for him.
So sorry, with a pace attack that's got 5 seamers in it. Middlesex again, you want to put overs into the bowlers, so 75 overs. Again, Middlesex can last another 15, 20 overs. That just takes a little bit more puff out of the Surrey attack, so when they do come back, if Middlesex don't manage to avoid the follow-on, if they do come back this afternoon, they'll start feeling wearier sooner, so it's important for a number of reasons that Middlesex don't sort of capitulate here to sort of 210 all out or something like that in the next 3 or 4 overs. Continue to try to make Surrey bowlers work hard for their wickets.
Well, I was being slightly facetious earlier, waiting for a clip around the ear from you saying that it was a short opening spell from both Worrell and Abbott, either saving themselves the second new ball or the follow-on.
But the changes have worked, haven't they? Laws and Overton have picked up the 2 wickets this morning.
Middlesex having done so much, they very much did to Northamptonshire last week. Middlesex were scoring at 3.5, weren't they, in their innings last week? Northamptonshire were struggling to get it up towards 2.5 indeed, for the most part. 2.1. 2.6 the scoring rate here. Surrey were up at 3.5 most of the way. Run rate out the window at the moment really for Middlesex though. It's just batting time now, trying to scramble towards the follow-on target. It should be a scramble for them because you expect Surrey to maintain this performance with the second new ball. It's exceptionally well again on the 3rd day. Just slips out from Laws. Stopped by Folkes.
He's saved quite a few runs, hasn't he? Folkes, when you sort of think some of the dives, the balls have come through on the second bounce and a lesser keeper. May well have sort of conceded another 10 or 15 extras during this match, but it's not, you don't have to take every ball cleanly, but it's just you stop the thing, don't you? Stop it going for a run. It looks nice when it sort of goes softly into your gloves and things like that, but the main thing is just stop it.
Yourself saying the other day, you've arguably got 2 best keepers in the world on display here, 2 best keepers in the country. John Simpson over Jack Russell. Thinks it's hard to find a better keeper than Simpson. Folks, obviously great renown, highly regarded, wonderful batter as well. Oh wow, what a ball! Higgins goes for 3, Overton has a 3rd, and indeed he's on a hat-trick. Picked up Bamber last ball of the last over, and now Higgins first ball of this. Middlesex in trouble, 199 for 8, and Overton on a hat-trick at Lords.
Yep, looked a beautiful delivery from here. Just sort of see it. Well, I think it's almost, I think, the extra pace of Overton, the fact it's been running in hard, hitting the pitch hard, wrapped Higgins on the thigh guard there has sort of made you tentative in your foot movement. He's nowhere there really, is it? It's not from here it looked like it nipped down the crease and hit the top of off, but it's just a straight ball that's angled in and he's playing inside the line of it. So an error of judgment there by Ryan Higgins, and as you said, Jamie Overton's on a hat-trick.
Well, I fancied that with Bamber, that perhaps he played the bowler rather than the ball, and top edge back to Overton as he fended it off really, but out comes Tom Helm. Yes, it is Helm, isn't it? Tom Helm to face the hat-trick ball. Big man himself. Fancy it'll be his toes that'll be targeted.
Yeah, you'd be tempted to get it straight, full and straight. After an encouraging half an hour, this Middlesex innings has subsided quite, or is subsiding, in danger of subsiding quite quickly here. Yes, the pitch has done enough. Bowlers have beat the outside edge, but Bamber and Simpson were hanging in there. Simpson then caught down the leg side. Bit of fortune for Surrey, but you could argue, some people say we deserve a bit of luck when you've beaten the bat a couple of times and over in the last half an hour. Bamber, shortish ball, pushed it back to the bowler, took a good athletic catch, and there Higgins sort of caught on the crease and lost his off stump.
Positioning deep backward point, deep square. Here he goes, hat-trick ball for Overton to Helman. He does go short with it, and well, little inside edge into the body, falls safely away into the offside. Deep backward square and long leg, and bringing around deep points. Deep third, a little more. Thought it was all a bluff and it would be the toes that were hit, but tried to push it past him at pace. Follow that one slightly. Try and hang in there for De Carey's at the other end. 85 runs to avoid the follow-on. It's a long way now. It was a long way this morning, as we said though. Surrey were in a great position yesterday morning. They did 121 runs for their final 5 wickets. 105 runs for Middlesex's final 5 this morning. We're always going to be tough. Taken half an hour out of this morning as well, hadn't he, as night watch?
Yeah, just looking at the scorecard, so Middlesex one stage before Max Holden. I mean, that was a good delivery. They got Holden out from Abbott, so no sort of a criticism of the batter there, but 169 for 4. So we lost 4 for 50. Sorry, 4 for 30. So Surrey sort of persevering and gaining reward. So what are Middlesex tactics here? Do you go to, I don't think you can. I mean, you've just got to play, haven't you? You've got to, hopefully Helm gets in and he can get going, and De Carey's, even though he's sort of batting in the position of a spinner really, I mean he's predominantly a top order batter, so these two have got to try and get themselves in, occupy the crease rather than just go out there and have a flail and see whether they can score 20 or 30 quickly. Up and go again from Overton. Drawn into it. De Carey's no surprise really. So Higgins the latest to go, bowled Overton first ball of the over. And Surrey right on top here now. I hesitate to say it, De Carey's, but it is actually on this occasion very much an innings out of his father's mould that's required for a Middlesex to defiant one. Hang in there and keep Surrey out there, keep them at bay for as long as possible. He does, but then he's got to find someone to hang around the other end, and we know he's number 11. So it's Helm or bust for De Carey's. Again, 50 more runs for a batting point for Middlesex as well, which even that seems a long way out of sight at the moment. But as Selv always tells us when he's on the mic, every run counts. Don't wait to the end of the season to be scrambling for a point. Scramble just as hard for it now. Try and take something out of this innings. Behind that well enough, Helm. Second new ball becomes available. 2 overs time.
pitched and taken. Wow! Goodness me! The double act in the slips. If one doesn't get you, the other one does. Surrey are right on top. Everything's going their way this morning. They're making their own luck for sure, but goodness me, what a piece of fielding that was combined in the slip cordon. And Helm goes for one. Middlesex 200 for 9.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce there. Helm pushing at the ball. Again, it's a good ball, really. It's straightened just a little bit. Gone quickly to slip. And somehow, I'm trying to think who's taking the catch. Latham, I think, isn't it? Has managed to. I mean, he's alive, so full credit to him. Rather than just sort of watching his colleague on his own, he's moved there to his right.
It's that second little grab at it that pushes it.
I say that second to the left, they're pushing it in the right direction. So wonderful teamwork for Surrey. And Middlesex's innings, sadly, has fallen away quite alarmingly in the last 20 minutes or so.
Well, this was always going to be the danger for Middlesex's lower order, say yesterday. Sorry, last 5. And they bat all the way down, seriously all the way down to number 11, don't they?
Mr. Murtagh, don't think he's going to be looking forward to this.
Well, Josh Carey's only faced 5 deliveries. Thought for him, with Bamber coming in, it means he's at 9 in this match. But even at 8, you know, he's a quality batter and would love his chance. Higher up the order with the bat. Just love his chance in this innings at the moment. 3 balls to go this over as Murtagh comes out. Tough last half out. He's always smiling to Carey's, isn't he? Gallows humour at the moment. But he's got a great composure about him, it seems, great enthusiasm. So if you can remember the fun side of it, it helps. Going to have to find some fun here, Middlesex, but they're going to have to rely on Murtagh to just get through at the moment. And Carey's will have to farm the strike, won't he? I don't think he can really do anything other than try and face forward over and find a single.
He's on naught himself, so it's not as though he's sort of got used to the pace and bounce and everything that's going on there so far. So it's just scramble what runs you can.
Former all-rounder, his old mate Ricky Clark, sat just a seat or so to my right. Oh, Murtagh inches at the first one on the floor. Checks the toe into the bat. And Clark and I were musing about it when he was here covering Middlesex earlier in the season. That's when he was at Surrey, he was an all-rounder. Number 7. Universities, he's an all-rounder as well. Batting's fallen away over the years at Middlesex. Shape on that again from Lawson. That's actually done well to keep that out. It was Clark actually that brought in the umbrella fields, which has become so famous this summer. To Murtagh a few years back here when he was playing for Warwickshire. He had an umbrella in front of Murtagh, basically 5 going across to point and then another 4 across in front of Murtagh. There's that slap, that's the reason why it's basically an open up to the offside for Murtagh. If it is bumped short, he still opens up and just tries to drag it with him, falling away to the onside, doesn't he? So I remember getting a picture of that Clark field that he set to Murtagh, which was perfect. 200 for 9, Murtagh survives those 3 deliveries at the end of the over. Helm gone for 1. Caught Latham, stroke Jacks, bowled Laws, it says on the big screen opposite us, and a tremendous effort, wasn't it? It was just that last grab at it from Jacks. Just pushed it. Just see that second hand from the other end as well. Just see that second hand goes at it. Ball. This is well, this is a tough task now for that man, isn't it? 3 slips, deep backward points. Orthodox points in position as well, Abbott. Burns, as he's been pretty much throughout the innings, as an extra cover, there's no mid-off. Mid-on, deep square and long leg.
Pulled there, a couple of runs. Gets him off the mark. Oh, if Mercer gets his finger out.
I was about to say, he could have run off him, Mercer.
Parachute on his back or something.
There's a line you said about the India crew. It was like having braces tied to the sight screen running in.
But I don't think De Carey's needs to go and slog. I mean, I know Middlesex need to get him as many runs as they can, but
well, I think he does now.
Young player there, throwing your wickets away. If there's a bad ball, put it away for 4. Collect the runs that are there. Try to keep as much of the strike as you can, but just sort of do it methodically rather than trying to sort of give yourself some room and mitt him over extra cover, or however it might sort of deem that he should do it.
Again, in this situation, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Only if you're holding out to deep backward square or nicking off a lovely line and length delivery through to the keeper. But knowing what little I do of Josh De Carey's, though, he will very much. He won't be shirking at this task. He'll be trying to make the most of the moment. There you go. There's a bad one and put away.
Yeah, so wait. I mean, Overton is a big, strong, intimidating, fast bowler who can bowl some uncomfortable deliveries, but equally his career suggests he does bowl the odd bad ball. So be patient, wait for those ball deliveries like that when he goes searching for the Yorker or tries to do something different, and then put it away. So 6 runs. Maybe get another one before the end of the over. Put away.
I was going to say 5th ball of the over. There's a single. So Overton will have 1 at Mercer.
Now it's Murder's job just to get behind this and keep it out somehow.
The amount of times I've been sat next to you in this position. Gus over the ear. Shall I press the mute button for a little while? Oh dear, now it gets bad on it, lifted in the air, and orthodox backward point would have taken that. Deep backward point, just runs in and it's a dot ball. 207 for 9. De Carey's to have strike. 1 over till the second new ball. Is that on De Carey's mind as well? Does he just think in this over, take what you can?
Second new ball first. I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference, to be honest, now. Just try to, again, if the second new ball a little bit harder, might come on, crunch a few shots, get a bit more value for your stroke play.
Edged along the floor. In the air, safe fine of the deep backward point, and 4. Smith runs around just to retrieve it. Ripple of applause from the crowd here. I want some resistance of some particular sorts from De Carey's. Every little helps. 222 behind. Follow-on's a long, long way away, but what can they take out of the deficit? Good from Laws, right on the spot. Solid from De Carey's. of width. Straight. Is that bad? Extra cover. Rory Burns. Barely been a mid-off in the game for Surrey. Self noted that actually yesterday on a different note, that I think that Surrey just haven't given Middlesex in this innings. It's barely been a half volley. Beautiful lengths all the way through. Goes up there with that one and clipped away for 4 more. Fine effort by Abbott at mid-wicket, trying to get something on it.
Well played, Josh. Yeah, again, a couple of nice shots. As I say, as is the case, bowlers sometimes go searching for wickets, don't they? Sort of how the bats are going to play, a bit of York, a bit of short, a few bad balls, just collect the runs that are there. No need to panic or start being too creative. Single now. Played. Excellent cricket. To move quicker there. Quite happy with that single off the last ball. Keeps him away from Mr. Overton. Productive over for Middlesex. 9 runs.
And 80 bowls. Do they go to the second new ball? Not seeing any sign of it out there. Burns is having a chat with Latham, I think. Short stuff with the older ball from Overton, perhaps?
Yeah, I'd probably carry on with the old ball at the moment. I mean, as you say, new ball, yes, things happen a bit quicker, but number 11 at the crease, you sort of gauge you're going to get through, and also means that the ball's not going to go as quickly off the bat. So, yeah, I'd carry on with that. But Surrey changed the field, deep point out on the boundary, so all of a sudden they've taken a slip out, as if to sort of protect the 4s.
Take again by Folkes. Mentioned the swing in this game, bit of seam movement as well. Perhaps not quite as much seam movement as was expected on this pitch, actually. Back to the Kent game earlier in the season.
Well, it might sort of dry it out a bit. I mean, sometimes when the pitch gets a bit dry, a bit firmer, it grips a little bit more. Sometimes when it's a little soft, it sort of might make a little dent, which then comes into play as the game goes on with a bit of indifferent bounce. But
I mean, it feels like it's been a very good cricket wicket, this one. Seeing the runs that Surrey have put on. Just bowled exceptionally well on this, Surrey. Barely given Middlesex an inch. And again, Middlesex didn't bowl particularly badly themselves, but it's just the difference at the moment, isn't it? That's why Surrey are top. They haven't, again, Self said it, there just weren't as many half volleys.
yeah, half volleys, and you look at the Surrey attack, it's got a bit more pace to it, hasn't it? A bit more aggressive, hits the pitch harder. Worrell, Overton, Laws. Alright, Clark's probably similar to the Middlesex bowlers, but Abbott again, there's 4 seamers there that are more around the Tom Helm pace. So Murtagh, Higgins can't afford to be short, can they? So they've got to pitch it up there and hope there's got a bit of swing, bit of seam movement.
I mean, they had reasonable economies. Bamber was as ever. As you said, he bowled beautifully, deserved. Just as Alex Stewart said, he deserves a 5 for the way he bowls. The best economy of the lot. Indeed, it was Helm that got the wickets, wasn't it? It was more like, perhaps, the Surrey attack. But they've been miserly with it. 35 for this man. Good bouncer. So now De Carey's has to find a single last ball of the over.
This will be short too.
It's a fine leg, a long leg, a deep square. Fielder just next to the square leg umpire there. Short and straight mid-wicket is Clark. As the bumper, he's ridden it well. Very, very well played. Well backed up by Abbott as well. Single to end the over. Just glanced off his hip, riding the bounce nicely. 217 for 9.
Yeah, well played to Kez. Fancied a little 5 there for a moment, the way that Latham threw the ball. Buzzers! These two are playing well so far. They don't need to change anything really.
Discussing techniques.
I just think they'll be saying, yeah, you keep taking as many as you can. I'm quite happy up this end.
All of it at all on that occasion to Carey's.
Like he was trying to be a bit more aggressive there, hit over the top down the ground. Don't really quite need to do that. Just show a bit more patience. All right, the field's out. As I said before, put some overs into the opposition, keep them out there a little bit longer.
No run. Burns out in the deep, allowing the single. A wide, deep mid off. Oh, nice shot. Goodness me, got into position well for that to Carey. Saw a cameo from him in his debut season in the T20. Shades of it there.
Well, there's me saying play properly, watch it. Fantastic shot. Ignore the old bloke. Holden cricketers, he's hoofed it there into the stand. I'm just wondering sort of where the attention of a certain commentator up in Old Trafford is fully on the test match at this moment in time. Might sort of have his phone on in the corner watching the streaming. So again, he got 6. Good shot, brave shot, well executed shot. Take the single.
That's well done. Burns will throw at the stumps. Murtagh is always going to be ready to go, setting off. Just a big chance to run out Burns themselves, didn't they, early in the innings? Start of the game. This is well done by De Carey's though. 224 for 9. It's a long, long way. Still another 60 runs to avoid the follow-on. Batting point 26 runs away. That could be unbelievably crucial come the end of the season.
It could be. It's playing some intelligent cricket. It's good to see, isn't it? I mean, see at times, always sit here watching and commentating, and you think, why on earth? What's the sort of process that's led to that? But then you sort of watch what's taken place in the last 20 minutes or so here with these two, and it's been really, really positive, led by Josh De Carey's, which has been good to see, a young player taking charge.
Well, he's got that straight of Burns, who does well to slide the thinking to, knows the call. He's disappointed with himself, De Carey's taking the single.
There's a good bit of fielding that by Burns, to be fair, sliding, picking the ball up at the same time. Could have easily have fumbled the ball, which may well have allowed the second. So Murtagh needs to do his job now.
He's just come down at a long chat there, hasn't he, De Carey's with Murtagh.
Get behind it, get some on it.
I'll press that mute button, Gus, don't worry. Not like that, Tim. Not like that. Don't worry, we'll press mute and we'll not put the comms cam on at the moment, Gus. Well, they're the two Mercer shots. We've just seen them fall away to the onside and try and drag it with you, or just clear that front foot and open up to the offside. Such a talented batter when he arrives at Middlesex.
2 down, 3 to go.
How's your heart rate?
Heart rate's fine.
Stress levels? Oh, up in the air. And deep third won't get there. And Mercer is off the mark with a boundary. Straight over the keeper's head. 2-2-9 for 9. Overton won't have enjoyed that one a little bit.
Where do I start?
Probably best not to.
Stress levels are fine. Might not have been 2 and a bit years ago. Look at the fielder. There's a fielder. It's a long stop. Folks is the best keeper in the world, and he's got a long stop.
Oh dear. Look at where he finished there, looking up at old Father Time.
Well, this is the moment now. So there's 1 ball to go. You've somehow got through this over. What do you do?
Don't get out.
Just block it, don't you? Or do something. Try and. I mean, you get out having a heave like that, then that's. There's a word that I'd use and then say cricket.
Oh wow, now down the ground for 4. Put right up there, he'd probably have expected the full one last ball of the over, Mercer.
Full credit, that's a good shot. He stayed there. He's not really back went high, he just watched the ball and struck it beautifully, hasn't he? So on that occasion, I tip my hat to you, Tim.
.233 for 9. So a batting point is 17 runs away for Middlesex. Follow on 51 runs. 200 the follow on in Test cricket, 150 in the Championship. No run. Saw a shot of the field there. You can see the deep extra cover, which is Rory Burns running in. There's a long old run in there for him. That's where he stood at the moment. Surrey skipper. Deep point heading back out to the boundary. What you can't see is a deep square, long leg, and quite a fine deep third. Will Jack's down below us. Toe ended, no run. Will Jack's down below us.
Call him second man.
Yeah.
Second, he's not third. Yeah. Third's on the boundary. Well, apparently third is the first is the batter. Second is a slip. Third is the. I think that's the history behind that name for the fielding position. But he's still third, isn't he? Just short third.
Yeah. That shoots away from the carries. It's a big old boundary outside the off stump to try and, even though there's a fair old gap in between the, it's deep mid off I suppose, Rory Burns and the deep points. That's where he'll be targeting to try and get it, bisect them, either 4 or 2. Go out straight to the deep point, no run.
Take the single.
Yeah. wants to go the over. Deep middle wicket comes up, so does deep point. Short third moves around to a deep backward point. Down the track he comes and he gets it away. Over mid-on. It'll be 4 up to the Allen stand. Meets the tavern.
Good shot. Worked out that it was going to be short ball. Struck it very well. Now take the single.
I was just going to say, if he doesn't get the single here, would they be tempted Overton with the new ball against Mercer? Might not need it, but just an extra bit of fizz against Mercer.
Waste of 70 quid that.
Well, I was thinking they might just do it to annoy Middlesex as well.
Probably go short again, I'd imagine.
He's played that very well. 30 for De Carey's Middlesex. 238 for 9, into the 84th.
But no, these two have played, well, I say by those couple of shots, played well. Cares has batted beautifully here.
Back to Worrell. I was just going to ask if they've just notched another 70 quid off the Middlesex budget this year. Not yet, by the looks of it. It's a nice shot, no run, but sweeps up on the boundary rope. It's a cracking innings this, isn't it? 30 from 35, really difficult for him. As you say, he's got to play himself. You know, when this partnership began, what did he face? 5 deliveries?
Yeah, well, he had. I think he had. It is good, and he has played it nicely. And I suppose to some extent, there is a. Wait for this ball.
Run again.
But it's there in front of you, so it's obvious. I think one of the things a lot of players, it's like when you're batting with a number 7 or 6 and 7, how do you play? And you're trying to find your way in. I suppose the way to play is sort of, it's obvious. The game situation dictates that you're looking to be positive, maybe the back end of over, take the singles, farm the strike. So it's sort of clarity in the way that you play. But it's still been good to watch the way that he's gone about it.
He's got such a good temperament, hasn't he? That's the thing. Impresses me. Bowling in the fields, batting. And carving the ball away, but no run again. Deep backward point is Overton. Good composure. Because he's got that enthusiasm that I keep talking about. There's that replay that I knew it would go around on social media that night of him diving over the boundary rope, 2 hands down below him, flicking it back in to a long hard chase. Did you see when Mercer had a long hard chase and went diving at the ball over the boundary rope as well, same day? That's a lovely ball. Oh. 2 to come at the over, field comes up. But yeah, with all that enthusiasm, with all that energy, he still manages to control it, contain it, channel it.
So the field comes up. If we can crunch one through the offside, may well get the 4, though it looks like change in the field. Sorry, at the end of the over, going to use this big boundary. A couple of short balls from Worrell, so maybe just try and deflect and get something on it. Shoulder, rib, leg by.
You go through the lunch menu there for a minute. Shoulder, leg, ribeye.
Double bluff there, Worrell. Be run to the keeper if it was a high bumper.
Folkes v Mercer. Folkes' underarm versus Mercer's sprint. money run-outs by keepers here at Lords recently. Oh, tried his best. Couldn't do so.
About foxed himself there. I think stay where he was. He may well have been able to guide that down to fine leg or backward square area.
Well, indeed, he did against Overton, didn't he? A nice little glance off the hips for a single at the end of a previous over, didn't he? Johnny goes for a chat once more. A little look up at the scoreboard. How much padding's Mercer got on there? How many chest guards?
One quite large one. Sort of saying yesterday, just watching Murta sort of move the sight screen further down. I think it would have been on a pitch similar to here where when I was playing, and I can't remember whether I said it to you or not, but there was some sort of reservations about my form before a test match.
Oh, he's bowled him. Murta backs away. Looks to go for the big shot down the grounds. And Abbott immediately back, immediately puts it on the spot, and immediately wraps up the Middlesex first innings. 238. They trail by 195, so short of the follow-on, short of a batting point, short of lunch on the third day. Innings break over to Surrey. Is weather around tomorrow? Do they enforce, or do they come back out for a little dart themselves before lunch and into the afternoon, and perhaps even the evening tonight?
I think by the fact that you're not seeing the Surrey batters run off the outfield suggests they're going to invite Middlesex to bat. So it's going to be another little difficult period here, 20 minutes before lunch. So whilst the last two there put on 30 odd useful runs, so shame for Murta to get out as he did, but he and Josh de Cares have added a little bit more respectability to this total. But the consequence of that is 12:30 as we speak. It's going to be a 20-minute spell for the Middlesex openers to overcome. Sorry, I'm sure we haven't had it officially. Have they officially announced the follow-on? I'm just guessing.
No, I don't. I think you're absolutely right. I think they'd have been charging off, wouldn't they? Yeah. So you would imagine. In fact, there we go. The bowlers are staying out there, aren't they? By the looks of it, Overton was that over by the bag. There was no signal to the ground staff either for what roller they wanted. So I think your reading's pretty perfect of it. We'll take a 10-minute break. Well, it won't be that long, 5 minutes. Grab a cup of tea. Gus can let a few expletives go after Mercer's last shot.
No, I mean the first ball of the over, you accept that, but we've got about well now, Middlesex, remainder of today.
There you go, bottom of the screen. You can see the follow-ons enforced. The scorers have been told Stoneman and Milan will be walking out to bat in just a little while with Middlesex, with an awful lot of work to do, not just before lunch, but the remainder of today, as Gus said, whatever the forecast allows for tomorrow. See you back. See you back in just under 10 minutes' time. Rory Burns having a good look at the new ball. They didn't take the second new ball for Middlesex's first innings. 195 runs behind. Mark Stoneman on the right, Peter Milan on the left. Big job to do for 20 minutes until lunch. A massive job to do. So they're going to have to bat the best part of 5 sessions, really. 195 behind. So Middlesex chase 249 against Nottinghamshire here. Short boundary at the top end of the square. 40 overs earlier in the season. Strong bowling attack that was with Broad and co. So well, anything, assuming a full day's play tomorrow, anything that Surrey have to chase after tea, if it were to go that far tomorrow, you know, they'd go for it, which is why Middlesex really got to bat at least until tea tomorrow if they were to save this game. It's a tall order for the hosts against the tabletop in defending champs, gunning for that 16-point victory reward, especially with Essex's performance against Kent at Chelmsford. Dan Worrell to go again. Had a short stint this morning from the nursery ends. It's clouded over a bit here, actually. Must imagine the floodlights going on at the moment. Actually, it's got a bit gloomier. Particularly heavy cloud just passing in front of the sun. Peter Milan sent up to open in this game. A change up at the top of the order for Middlesex, try and change up the fortunes of, well, Milan, as overseas player, but the top order as a whole. Just 2 batting points all season. Twice they got to 250 in the first innings. They did chase it in the end. They did hit 300 plus last week against Hampton in the second innings at Northwood. Wow, what a ball. Milan, look at his final position there. He was a fair way down, a long way across, but the top of off stump, and the promotion to opener hasn't helped Milan's cause. Second ball for him. Middlesex 0 for 1 as they follow on. Let's have a look. This is the angle now. Look at where Milan finishes. Goodness me. Tried his best to get everything behind it. Top of the outside of off stump. Just had a little wobble on it. That bad as it came down. An angle on it. Peter Milan just having a rough run of it at the moment for Middlesex. Well, poor fella. Everybody's been there, whatever level. Run goes on for him. So Robson, third ball of the innings, comes out to join his regular opening partner, Mark Stoneman. This 20 minutes to lunch just becomes that little bit longer now for Middlesex. Peter Milan was up here on the mic a few weeks ago, actually, and had said that he'd had a chat with the lads when they were all having a difficult run at the start of the season. Said there's good news and bad news, lads. This will end, is the good news. It'll all happen again, though, is the bad news. Can't get the run to end for himself at the moment, Milan. Very popular player, good man. Good team player and very popular as an overseas here at Middlesex. Popular choice to bring him back for the full season this year. Just can't get it going at the moment. Pretty tough when you're up against Surrey. Oh, Robson, that's not a bad ball to get first up either. Goodness me, that was an even better ball than Milan got. Fortunately for Robson, it wasn't just clipping the top of off. Middlesex off the mark as they follow on. Robson, sweet timing. Through the onside would be a boundary on most grounds, but a big old square, a big old onside with the pitch to the lower end of the square here at Lords. So 3 for Robson to get off the mark. Stoneman on strike for the first time. It's Fraser alongside myself, Kevin Hand. And just over 15 minutes to lunch on day 3. It's really clouded up out there. The lights in the pavilion looking that little bit brighter. Not the scene Middlesex will particularly want as they begin their follow on here. Seen either. Someone like Dan Worrell running into bowl. Single for Stoneman. Gets him off the mark. Still one to come at the opening over. It's been an eventful one. Sound on the bat for Robson as he gets in behind that one. He was far further forward and across than he was to his first ball. Well, Peter Milan tried to get everything behind his second ball. He was a long way forward, a long way across, but not able to keep it out. Let's have another look.
Yeah, I watched the ball live. It looked like a Jaffa. It's a good ball. I mean, it's pitched on off stump. You'd have thought with the angle coming in, so it's held its line. But equally, when a batsman you're looking for form, you're not really committed to the stroke, are you? When it's past you, you're not in the position you end up in. You're a bit late, you're a bit hesitant. Your foot movement is not as decisive as it needs to be. On another occasion you might sort of just get forward and it's a thick inside edge onto your pad or something like that, but it's a pretty good ball to receive early in your innings, and just the start that Surrey wanted.
Yeah, it's actually a better ball than I realised on first look. It did straighten on him. Straighten on him just to hit the top of the outside of off stump. Jordan Clark got it all going in the first innings. Stoneman was the first to go. It's really looking as though he was grinding it out, gritting it out in the first innings. He's caught focus off the bowling of Clark for 11, 31 deliveries, 45 minutes. Again, just managed to get one to go down the slope and take that outside edge.
Captain Stoneman.
It's a good name for a captain, isn't it? Captain Stoneman, a solid name. Solid batter for Durham, Surrey, England, now Middlesex. A real impact with Robson at the top of the order. And similarly Milan, last season coming in helping Middlesex to get out of Division 2. It's a nice shot, goodness me, he's got 4 for it as well. Abbott set back at deep cover. Bisects the backward points and Abbott takes his first boundary of the follow-on.
Yeah, it was out there to be hit, but he didn't try to hit it too hard, did he? Just get good contact on it. And Surrey do have a boundary rider, or whatever you want to call it, someone on the boundary.
Clipped in the air, wide of mid-on. He was in the air for a fair while, that from Stoneman. He's going to get another boundary, great effort. Unable to cut it off. Yeah, it was up in the air for a moment. Actually, it was up in the air for quite a while. But bisecting mid-wicket, Overton, mid-on Laws. That's pulled away for 4 more. It's a determined Mark Stoneman out there. 3 balls to hit, and hit them he has.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously probably a bit frustrated. I mean, frustrated with his own season this year, not having scored the runs that he would have hoped for. Maybe frustrated by the fact that Middlesex are in the position they are. But you've got to control that anger. But they're 3 balls that have been put away as they should be by a good player. So a nice little start to Stoneman's innings, gets him going, gets him feeling a bit happy about life.
And that'll be 4 more. So it's 20 for 1 into the second over.
Well, he's timed that one beautifully, hasn't he? I mean, I don't know whether it was in the air for a little while. It sort of might have been for 10 or 15 yards. But again, 2 straight by Clark. Beautifully timed. And just show the value you get with a new ball, don't you? I mean, that was the 80 over ball that Middlesex was hitting at the end of the first innings. It would have probably just gone for 2, but it's raced away for 4.
Over to Robson, Middlesex batter to reach 3 figures this season. Wasn't quite enough for Middlesex to chase down the runs at Northwood last week. Did get them a very useful 8 points with scores level though at the end of the game. Take whatever points they can get out of this one now. No batting points. 2 with the ball. Batter. It's all 4 in this match, all 4 openers are ex-England openers. High quality game at the moment. Surrey the better of it. Just a little shake of the hand away. Didn't follow it, Robson.
Well, that's the sort of skill of a bowler, isn't it? You bowl the ball in that length where you're not sure whether to go forward or back, and that moment of indecision, a slight delay, but you combine a good length, good pace, and nipping away, and it's beat the bat by about 6 inches, isn't it? The skill for Worrell here is to try and get a couple to nip up the slope, really, so that you makes it harder leave then if you're sort of in that indecision. A couple nip up, end up pushing a ball that's outside the off stump, and it brings the slips into the equation.
He's got a good stride in there. Robson well beaten.
It's a good ball, but I think you could have left that alone, to be honest. As I was saying, you're pushing at balls there that hasn't nipped one back yet. That's pitched 6 inches outside off stump and leaving him further. But like any batsman earlier on in the innings, you want to feel bat on ball.
Third, 20 for 1. 7 minutes to lunch on day 3. Middlesex following on, trailing by 175. Certainly need another centurion this week. Might not get them 8 points, but it might get them 5. Boys are back in town. Was that on the playlist this morning as well, Thin Lizzy?
No, it wasn't. Although someone's commented on my sort of adamantium, need to stand and deliver.
Short, pulled away. There was a mid-wicket in last over and got away for a few runs. Clark going for 16 off his first over. Mid-wicket set back to deep square now.
Someone just looking at me, Adamant. Prince Charming, that was one. Goody Two Shoes.
Are you talking about Tim Mercer again? Slayman's just come down and had a long chat with Sam Robson. Only just seen him walking back up Jack actually, but he was right next to it, wasn't there? I mean, he's a gardener for sure, isn't he, Stoneman?
I did well to make this over the last 7 minutes, but it looks like they're having a decent go at it.
That's what it is.
To the frustration of Clark there. Started his run up, stop. So around the wicket. They asked for the sight screens to be put together.
Yes. You'd almost be disappointed in him if he did miss it now, wouldn't you? Yeah, there we go. Last moment, bring the hand across, come on.
Well, to be fair, he was round the wicket, he's now over the wicket, so Stoneman's not being out of order by us.
No, he isn't. That's why you'd be disappointed if he did miss it, wouldn't you?
Deep mid wicket though, deep square leg out there.
Oh, what a ball. That's why they're trying to bring this lunch ever closer with the few balls in between. Get the teeth into some lunch and then try and tuck into the afternoon session, this pair. It'll be 4 more. Soft hands, he's ridden it well. Stoneman is into the 20s. Baz ball for the Middlesex captain, strike rate of 100.
What's happening in the test? I haven't looked at it.
I was just going to say, barely a chance to look at it. I did hear producer Ollie behind to say that Stokes got a 50 and was out. 50 for Brooks as well. End of the 4th, 27 for 1.
And then 499 for 7, so 180 runs ahead, 7 down. Bairstow's on 38 at run a ball. And Mark Wood's blocking it. He's faced 6 balls and he's only got 2. He had about 25 last week, didn't he?
There's the scene here. Edrich stands to the right, Compton to the left, shut for this one with the track down at the lower end of the square. The grandstand shut as well. Good sprinkling in again today. It was a very healthy crowd on day 1. Test match will be drawing a few away though. They'll be at home watching. Keep the attendance down for the championship this week.
Single there to Stoneman, they'll be happy. Robbo to take the last 5 balls of this opening session of the day. The Open as well. British Open, that'll be. It was good to watch last night on the way home. Become a favourite, hasn't he, McIlroy? Almost his stance on live has sort of got everybody's support behind him.
Stoneman's run the first hard. Robson called 2 straight away. 30 for 1. I've never heard you talk about golf much. Are you a big golfer?
Yeah, I enjoy the golf. I enjoy this and Masters and things like that. I mean, on TV. Play a bit. Probably, I'm a sort of freeloader, really. So I'm a fair weather golfer. Don't really look to play during the winter, and when I can get invited to play during the summer.
Your mate Merter a golfer?
Yeah,
How's his swing?
it's quite a good golfer actually. I mean, hits it quite well.
Oh, we've got an injury here.
What's happened there? Hits him on the knee. I was going to say Robson clipped it quite hard. I got straight in the kneecap. Shouldn't chuckle, it's painful. Golf's quite common amongst the Middlesex team. I think it's quite common again amongst most cricketers, to be honest. Nice form of relaxation. It's actually quite good in a silly way training, because you're spending 3 or 4 hours on your feet.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Robson clip that there. Get a square on, we'll probably have a better view here. Not quite. He's hobbling though, Overton.
One ball to come before lunch on day 3. So let's get in 1 down. Just saying before you sat down, realistically, if there is a uninterrupted day tomorrow, Middlesex have to bat till at least tea, don't they? You see what Middlesex did against Nottinghamshire after tea earlier in the season, 249, chased down off 40 overs. Oh goodness me. Well, tea time tomorrow looks an awful lot further away as Worrell ends the session in that fashion.
Yeah, looked a good delivery there. Worrell's bowled an excellent little spell here, 3 overs. Obviously took a wicket second ball, that's a jaffer. I mean, I was being slightly sort of critical of Robson pushing at 1 in the previous over. You've got to play at that. It's pitched an off stump. Bounce left him. Just happy to see it flash by. It's almost too good.
I don't think there's been a better ball in the match. There's been some good ones, hasn't there?
Big statement from you, but you're not averse to them, are you? But
thought you were going to say for once you're not wrong.
But having lost a wicket to the second ball of that little 20-minute spell, Middlesex have got through. Stoneman fed a few boundary balls, which he's put away nicely. But Surrey's session, 6 wickets in the session, and now Middlesex to follow on. Middlesex have got a lot of work to do this afternoon to get back into this game, and certainly to get past Surrey's initial first innings total.
1:41 the resumption. We'll be back just before that. Angus Fraser and myself, Kevin Hantu, join us then at lunch here at Lord's on day 3. Middlesex following on. They're 30 for 1. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Here come the umpires, here come the players. Up go the floodlights. It's a bit gloomy out there, as you can probably see. I don't think Burns is putting his hand out to see if there's rain. There we go, he's waiting for the ball to be thrown to him. And have a quick look. Well, a bit of weather wouldn't be a bad thing for Middlesex. I tell you, at the moment, actually, the light is not great at all. I think umpire Shaughnessy and umpire White may have a decision to make here. It is pretty gloomy, and those lights have got to go on yet. It's really just before the interval. It gloomed over for that 20 minutes. And all of a sudden, I wouldn't be surprised if Robson and Stoneman were having a quiet word. It is dark and as gloomy as you can imagine here at Lords at the moment. The floodlights will be on imminently, but then it'll become a case of the natural light being overtaken by the artificial. There's Sam Rob. I'm never usually a fan of lightning, then don't talk to me. But it's gloomy out there at the moment, and the floodlights are not ready. Clark is, though. Runs for Middlesex, leg buys. 34 for 1. Little loosener after lunch for Clark. Massive job to do for Stoneman, for Robson, for Middlesex. Peter Milan in as opener in place of Robson in this match. Hasn't worked for him. Duck in the second innings, 18 in the first. Nice little single there for Stoneman, gets him off the mark after lunch. He's on to 25, Middlesex 35 for 1. .160 behind. Just the sheer magnitude of the task for Middlesex. Just wondering if that noise that you might be able to pick up on the effects mic at the moment is the noise of the floodlights going up. Cansbury, they're as noisy and as whiny as you can imagine. I'm not just talking about the crowd. Sorry, Kent fans, you're all watching the Essex stream at the moment anyway. But no, the floodlights there, when they go up and down, the screeching that they make. I heard them make that noise here at Lords. Maybe it isn't them. It's certainly some sort of mechanical screech in the background while the floodlights go up, for sure. Single taken to get Robson off the mark after lunch. Umpires are coming together. I'm not surprised. It is dark out there at the moment. Just looking across at the pavilion, the chandeliers, committee room has the sight screen across in front of it, but you can so clearly see the chandeliers brightly shining through, and the umpires are saying play on for now. I think they're having a natter about why the floodlights aren't kicking into life just yet. There isn't a forecast of rain today, but it has that feel about it. It's just that moment before the rain falls when someone feels like they've flicked a switch. The lights have gone out and then all of a sudden the heavens open. But I don't think there's much rain. It's just particularly thick blanket of dark cloud. It's a nice shot. Just a single though to Stoneman. Assuming that whining noise is something else outside or in, somewhere in the ground perhaps, because I'd have thought the floodlights would be up by now. They usually take that long for them to come up, I don't think. And until they're fully extended, and that's when they start to kick into life. Well, the whining sound has stopped, so just maybe we'll see one or two of those lights start to come on. Dan Worrell from the nursery end after lunch. 1 for 7 from his 3 before the interval. He bowled some absolute jaffers. Last ball before the interval to Robson. It's a screamer from Worrell. Holden's the spot after lunch. Floodlights starting to kick into life. Now the interesting thing would be if the floodlights come on and all of a sudden the umpires come together and decide that the artificial light has overtaken the natural, because at the moment the natural is not great. See those shadows to the right of Worrell there. It is particularly dark at the moment. Umpires are sticking with it. So the darker stuff overhead, just looking up, does feel as though there's a couple of spots of blue, which you might have just seen there on the started to expose on the fixed camera looking across at the pavilion. Particularly dark ones might have just passed on. Surrey won't mind one little bit. Perfect bowling conditions at Lords. Perfect match position for them. As long as the weather holds, 5 sessions remain. Middlesex 156 behind, 9 wickets standing as they follow on. As long as the rain doesn't interfere, then it's an awful long way for Middlesex to save this game. Nice shot from Sam Robson. Burns mid off Slide Holden to 3, scattered the pigeons on the way. That would have made him feel at home. Scattering pigeons from the outfield. Message from Alex Hode, who's a BBC journalist but a Kent fan as well. Noisy and whiny, and I was a fan of your stream too, he says. Lovely shot. Stamon's on to 30, Middlesex 46 for 1. Almost feels like a day-night game out there at the moment. You probably saw it on the last one. That side camera there gets a good idea of just how dark it is at the moment. And that has brightened up a bit, actually. Speaking of brightening up.
Brightening up is just because I walked in the room. It is dark out there, isn't it? I'm surprised it started, actually.
I think 2 hit. No. As Albert comes around. .47 for 1, end of the 8th. I think those two were a little bemused that we started without the floodlights on after the interval. But they're on now, so feels like it's just about actually got a little bit brighter than it was at the start of the session, but again, floodlights help with that, so it's hard to judge. But there are some lighter skies coming in from behind the Warner and the grandstand.
It's a completely different light though, isn't it? Even on the TV you can sort of see it. It obviously improves the light, but it's nowhere near like it is when it's natural.
Well, that's the shot there from side on, I think, that you really feel, you know, you could be looking at a day-night game.
Well, I suppose it's the aerial shots as well. You see the shadows, the 4 shadows on the boat, on the cricketers, so caused by the floodlights, and almost the stronger the shadows, the worse is the light. Worse is the light, which is something that people explain. Well, how can that be the case? But the case is the fact that no matter how many floodlights you're there, the light is not as strong or as good as the sun. And the stronger the shadows, the worse the light is, because you're relying more on the floodlights than you are on the natural sunlight.
Of light on the back of the bat. You can see the glint of light all across his helmet as well, can't you, on the grill?
It does feel like a day-night test almost, isn't it? A day-night match, just in a pink ball now. Well, Middlesex down we had 2 pink ball games which have 6 shambles.
Yeah, I was just mentioning Canterbury, of course. That was the second pink ball game, wasn't it?
I remember 2-1 at Canterbury, 1 at Chelmsford.
Chelmsford, wasn't it? missed that game. I was in a friend's wedding in San Francisco, so I didn't see the... So for my memory, Middlesex only ever played one pink ball game, but of course they did. They played that one in Chelmsford. Lifts on that. One's covered the ninth. .48 for 1 into the ninth. 47 behind. Quick look at the scores elsewhere. Everybody's chatting about whether England will declare or not, what they'll do.
Are they batting on?
Let's have a look. Oh, it's raining. Old Trafford. Rain stops play. England fire. Oh no, they're back on, are they? 513 for 8. Yeah, they've just come back on. Just delayed the start. Bairstow's on 43. Broad's with him. Mike's gone for naught. Caught Carey off Hazelwood, who also picked up Wood for 6. Lead 196. 2 wickets standing.
Innings win by close of play.
Abbott. Pavilion end around the wicket, Stoneman. Into 97 for 2 at Chelmsford, still trailing by 153 in their second innings. Yeah, for a duck. Compton made 39, Finch on 50, leaning with him now. Compton caught Harmer, bowled water, the last to go. Somerset have beaten Northamptonshire by 9 wickets, 56 for 1. 30, Abel 14. Just scheduled for 224 in their second innings. Proctor with an unbeaten 87, but not enough from the skipper.
Did you just say not enough from the skipper?
To save them.
I mean, he's not done enough. He's got 80 odd. He could have done with a bit of support from his teammates.
Well, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Bit harsh there, Mr. Hand.
Taylor coming in at number 9, made it into the 30s. The poor old skipper. 2 more for Robson here. Ably supporting his skipper for the match, Stoneman. .50 up for Middlesex as they follow on. 51 for 1. 50 partnership, of course, as well. Middlesex were 0-1 with the loss of Milan. Swinging ball driven to the covers. That's a great stop by Burns. Very strong position in this match, Surrey, but skipper leading by example in the field. 51-1.
Burns normally fielding the slips.
I thought mid-off.
Right, no. I just thought I'd remember him being in the slips a bit. I mean, I know Sibley's a good slipper.
Possibly over the
Jacks
years.
is a decent slipper.
Might be one of those skippers likes to be in the bowler's ear.
Yeah. Got the old flower pot hat. Very trendy, those hats now, aren't they? Oh, they're the bucket hats.
Bucket hats, yeah. Keeps on hearing about everybody talking about the bucket hats. I thought I was going to see what a bucket hat is. I kept on hearing them mentioned everywhere. Never worn a bucket hat.
No, not knowingly, no.
Ball by Oral. Just starting to brighten up slightly here. Lighter skies coming in, those foreshadows not quite as sharp as they were just an over or two ago. But even still, if we knew there was a threat of showers around, you could imagine one of them would be with us in a moment. But there's no forecast of rain today. It was just a particularly dark band of cloud that seems to have blown over. The rain dance didn't work, Gus. Game to come at Lords in the Championship this summer. Warwickshire visit here in September. Warren's reaction on that one? Turned away in disgust with himself, or seems to go the other way, that one for him.
Having a bit of a chanter. Okay, he's gone a long way across his stumps there. Probably would have swung, didn't it? Probably would have carried on down the leg side, but I'm sure if he'd have missed it, there'd have been a huge appeal.
It's nicely played by Robson, soft hands. Good stop as well by Sibley. Jackson, apologies, Sibley going and high-fiving him from slip. End of the 11th, 52 for 1. Yeah, there's not much cricket left at Lords for Middlesex this summer. 5 days after this game, the Royal London, well, it's not Royal London anymore, is it? We've got a sponsor, One Day Cup against Lancashire here, 20th of August. And Warwickshire in September, so as much as Middlesex will be enthused to get out of this game without a defeat, I'm sure Stoneman and Robson will be keen to actually have some time out there in the middle at Lords and test themselves against this attack. actually said to you before lunch, I just realised that all 4 openers in this match are test openers, and indeed I was right, but I was thinking Robson and Stoneman, but of course Milan was a test opener as well, wasn't he? But 5 test openers in this game. 4 for England, although Robson wasn't opening this match.
Good boot. Underrated from former fielding. Bring it back. Don Bennett, the old Middlesex coach, used to tell a good story about Middlesex playing at Lord's when he was, that's probably been in the 50s and 60s. And Alan Moss used to bowl from the pavilion end, and he wasn't much of a fielder. But great Middlesex bowler, Alan Moss. Some clipped out to square leg. And I think there was an inside edge off. Don Bennett was bowling from the pavilion, from the nursery end here at Lord's. The ball went quite fine. Alan Moss didn't make too much of an effort, and it rolled away for 4. And Don Bennett sort of said something about make a better effort and put a boot in it or something like that. And of course, the next one down that went down there. The big, heavy sort of bowling boots that bowlers used to wear in that day and age. Must have put a big boot on it and kicked it from fine leg to third man, and they ran 5.
Inside tickle on that. Abbott still exclaiming at the end of his follow through, feeling that would have been plumb had he not got the inside edge on it.
Actually, it's just when you were saying about the openers, how many international cricketers are playing here? So I've just got the sides up.
11 for Surrey, isn't it? Case of who hasn't for Surrey.
Well, so Middlesex, Robson, Stoneman, Milan have, Simpson has, and Murtagh has. Obviously, Roland Jones was playing Middlesex, so Middlesex got 5. Surrey, Burns, yes. Sibley, yes. Latham, yes. Smith, no. Folkes, yes. Jacks, yes. Clark, no. Overton, yes. Abbott, yes. Worrell, no. So that's 12 players played international cricket playing in this game. Looking at the team, I should say Smith played well, didn't he?
Extremely, yeah. There's that chance in the 90s.
There's a proper player there who may well go on.
Oh. Swung on passing the bat, didn't it? It looked so he'd edged it for a moment.
It's just held its line, hasn't it? Just leave that, really. I suppose again there's a left-hander facing someone from around the wicket from the nursery end. You always feel the ball's coming into you, don't you? So the ball's going to nip down the slope towards your stumps. It draws you into playing at balls that you probably should leave alone. There's another one been corrected. Well done, Kevin.
I didn't correct you on it.
Go up to 13.
2016 he played 3 ODIs for Australia. Two years of age, just 32 the other day, indeed, July 10th. Victoria lad.
He's Victorian.
Bill Laurie, loved him.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, who's your favourite Victorian?
There's a certain irony about, I mean, it was probably one of the most boring and dour batsmen in world cricket, wasn't he, Bill Laurie? He just used to block it. And yet in commentary he was just fantastic. He was so excitable, wasn't he? And I always loved him and Tony Greig together when you were listening to the Channel 9 commentary, the way they were chipping at each other the whole time, weren't they? Sort of really good relationship they had worked when they were working together. It was great value.
Nice little glance from Stoneman onto 40. 6. 59 for 1.
Yep, nice shot, just a little bit straight. Fine legs quite wide, trying to protect that short leg side boundary down towards the tavern stand. See the acres of space to the right of the pitch as we look from this camera point at the media centre. Is that camera in here? Shot Sam Robson. Beautiful drive down the ground. Save your legs, Rory Bryant. It's gone for 4.
Second one he's got away. Down the ground in this innings.
Beautiful shot. So we watched Sam at the start of his innings against Northants at Merchant Taylor's school, and it was all over the place, wasn't it? I mean, it looked like he could get out any ball, and every ball seemed to have a sort of hanger. There was sort of something exploding off the surface, wasn't it?
Now has he? Robson walks away in disgust at the appeal.
It's quite a strong appeal. That I thought I was fearful whenever you say those things, you're tempting fate. But as he got his 100, his sort of foot movement got more sure, more confident. And again, you're trying to find your heat here, but no, he's missed that, hasn't he? It's a good ball. Just straightened a little bit and bounced. Sorry, Mr. Rabbit, get back to your mark. Confident appeal though by the Surrey players. Obviously a noise, but what was it?
Oh, that was high up the outside edge. Third slip may have been interested. I think third is interested to prevent the boundary. It's fine work down there. Robson gets a couple of consecutive deliveries. Abbott comes close to getting Robson. Relishing this test, won't they, Robson and Stoneman? You play the game because you want to play against the best. You want to test yourself against the best. This is a tough condition, but a good track. Obviously, a great ground. Very fine Surrey attack to be up against for Stoneman and Robson. Awfully big job to do to avoid defeat in this game for Middlesex. Individually, there's personal pride and personal achievement to be had. Put yourself against Abbott and Worrell at Lords. Good batting surface. Good cricket surfaces. Neither of these will shirk the task.
It's true that, I mean, I suppose, I don't know whether you get moulded by books you read and things you sort of hear when you were younger.
Edged. Oh, he's gone. Second slip holds on. It's been a fabulous over by Abbots. Beat the edge one ball, took it another through what would have been a third slip. And by the end of the over, he has Robson. Outstanding from Abbots. Middlesex are 65 for 2.
Yes, you can't say he didn't deserve that. Previously, a big appeal for a play and miss, and that an edge down to third man for 2. Has it? It's done a little bit, hasn't it? I mean, it's a good ball. It's just straightened. Not a lot Robson could really do there. And a good safe catch at slip. He'll have been chuffed with that, Abbott. Having felt he should have had him earlier on in the over. A little bit of frustration, I think, in his reaction there. But a big wicket for Surrey. So Middlesex, 2 most experienced local players anyway. And Robson and Stoneman, that partnership's been broken.
Jack Davies makes his way down the steps at number 4. Reshuffle the batting line-up in this match with Eskenazi out with that finger injury. He was up here on the first day on mic. 4, Milan at 3, but Robson dropping to 3 in this match to just try and change things up at the top of the order, try and really change a fortune for Middlesex. With the bat, can this young man affect that at all? It's a task really for him coming out. As we said, for Robson and for Stoneman, there's that personal pride, that personal achievement, personal challenge. Get yourself against the best.
Yeah,
Davis.
that's what I was saying almost. It's like, remember reading sort of your Dennis Lilly and Richard Hadley books, sort of autobiographies when you were young, and sort of how actually they consider the best performances when they're getting wickets on flat pitches. So it might not be a 6 for 30s on a pitch that's zipping around everywhere. It would be a 5 for 80s off 35 overs type of thing on a flat pitch in hot weather against good opposition. And I still think now 100's 100, but equally there's an honours board full of performances, but some hundreds will definitely mean more to players than others. And as you said, you do want to challenge yourself against the best. I mean, yes, it's nice to. I mean, there are a few batters around in years gone by that you take their performances against Oxford and Cambridge out of their averages, and it makes a hell of a difference. Sort of fill the boots against the university boys, and then find life a bit more difficult against a professional attack.
Second innings batters. A few of those as well. I remember in the early Middlesex days. John and Breach helping away at a few.
It's going to be a challenge for Jack Davies out there. I mean, he performed well, shown some promise in the T20 games that he played for Middlesex this summer. Got 100 in the second 11 a while ago. Chance for him to build in some performances in the first team.
Oh, nice shot. Stoneman's timing's been good in this innings so far. Long old chase there. Can't keep that one in.
Cool, they ran through to the short side there. Astonishing. I mean, I suppose a slight miscredit. It's gone straightish rather than absolutely square, but don't see many threes to the nursery side of the ground this match.
First ball for Jack Davies. Four in the first innings, off the mark with a late cut, but out the next ball. Right in the spot as ever. again from Warren. Across the left-hander. You'd love to have him on your side, wouldn't you? Edged. Would it have carried to a third? I'm not sure.
Jack Richards, Jack Davis, yeah, relieved, happy man, off the mark. Not the most convincing stroke, but it wouldn't have carried to the slips by the way that it went through it. Landed probably a yard before where third slip would have been, so it wouldn't have been a catch had there been a fielder there, but a moral victory for the bowler there.
I'd forgotten he was another Berkshire boy, Jack Davis, a few of them.
Yeah, Wellington School.
Johnson Anderson, Berkshire as well.
Henley Cricket Club.
Ties its way through. Just the single there. He's on strike for the first time against Abbott. 23 now, Davies. Sixth first class game. Debut in August 2020. Canterbury. That's the match that Robbie White got his 99. Yes, it was. No Pete Hanscom that year because of COVID, so it meant there was a chance or two for a couple of the youngsters. Robbie White got 99. That was the innings that really announced him as a Middlesex batter. Davies came in and made a nuggety 13 with White at that point. Middlesex batting first under cloudy skies. They were in a bit of bother. In Canterbury, there was 68 for 4 when Martin Anderson fell. Davies 13 off 64 deliveries, but 91 minutes that just really helped dig it out with White. Batted for 289 minutes, 99 runs. Kent Bay 269 Middlesex made. Draw game in the end. Kent were 191 all out in their first innings. Well, Cummins got the fifer for Middlesex. On that again. He's playing with it, picks the single up down to long leg. 16 done. 74 for 2 Middlesex. Still trail by 121. Much like man in next, Max Holden, who's England under 19. Jack Davies. It's good experience from out there, running with Mark Stoneman. First time they'd have batted together, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I'd have thought so, because Jack wouldn't have been that high up the order, would he, in the previous... How many first class games has he played now?
Yeah, just the 6. His last game was against Worcestershire, July last year. Stone made 18, Middlesex. Oh, there we go, straight away. Davis was in at 3. Robson was first to go, 12 for 1.
So you got that one right.
Let's have a look at the second innings. Century stats. Second innings, Stoneman was the first to go. Davies 14 and 0 his last Middlesex innings last year. Worcestershire win at Northwards when Ed Pollock laid into the Middlesex attack. 113 of 77 deliveries, 238 for 3 and a 7-wicket win for Worcestershire. First defeat at Merchant Taylor's for Middlesex, wasn't it?
Great take there again by Folkes down the leg side. First in a first class game it would have been, yeah. Unfortunately we sort of lost a couple of limited over games there, but yeah.
Carry on that one. We've seen a couple keep low in the last few overs, also from the other end from Abbott, but
yeah, just look at the bounce and the fact that, again, I know that I went out there to inspect the pitch before the start of the game, but someone said it was a bit softer than some pitches they've had this year, so it may well have dented, and obviously like the underside of a sort of cheese grater, there's that sort of appearance, and the ball can hit the down slope of one of those little dips or up slope and therefore keep a little below, so that's why you get in different bounce sometimes when the game goes on.
I heard it described like that before. It's quite a nice description, the underside of the cheese grater. Yeah.
Well, despite sort of public perception, I've sort of got quite a creative mind. Sort of completely out there.
So that funky music you listen to, Gus. 74 for 2.
Yeah. What are your steak and chips? Hit a good length hard. Keep it simple. Discipline. All those sort of exciting descriptions.
See the screens again at the pavilion end.
I think that was the story I was saying before a wicket went earlier in the day. I was playing for England, well, I was around the England side. Well, I was playing for England, but not people were speculating on whether I should be playing because I wasn't bowled particularly well. Middlesex were playing a game here on about that pitch, maybe one further down. Probably that pitch that we're playing on now. and Railingworth and the selectors had come to sort of watch me, but they'd turned up at Lord's, and some sort of so they'd come to see whether Fraser's bowling, how Fraser's bowling, etc., because there wasn't all the streaming or anything around then. And I was bowling averagely to a left-hander from over the wicket, and the selectors were in the committee room, and I went round the wicket to the left-hander, obviously to see whether I could bowl a better line at that batter. But as a consequence of that, the sight screens were put straight in front of the committee room. Everybody reckoned the only reason I did that was to stop the selectors seeing the absolute junk that I was sending down. The sight screens now, though, you can see through. It's not like perfect viewing as it would be without the sight screens there, but you can now see through them. So people behind don't have to get up and move every time the bowler goes over or round the wicket.
Single more. Simon, sorry, it's 45. Abbott's over 34 wickets for him this season, average 25. It's extraordinary brave averages for the Surrey bowlers. Clark 36 at 22. Atkinson the top 17, an average of 18 for 4 games. Laws 20 at 22. Everton 5 at 24. Worrell 34 at 25, same as this man, 34 at 25. Kemar Roach 18 at 26. End of the 18, 75 for 2.
It's a lot of wickets there, aren't there? Middlesex bowlers taken as much. 2 wickets, 2 bowlers with 34, 3 bowlers with mid-30s.
Higgins 25 and Bamber 24, the leading wicket takers for Middlesex. Bamber a game light.
It's 22, Bamber 24, Higgins 25. Aaron Jones 21, Helm 18.
Yeah, 18 at 34 for Helm.
Sorry, Undercare's 10. Change of bowling. So Worrell, very threatening bowler, skillful bowler. Picked up a wicket with his second ball, but had no joy. But Jamie Overton replaces him here at the nursery end. Got a couple of wickets this morning. Pretty hostile actually in the spell, quick. Certainly had Ryan Higgins' number, sort of indeterminate sort of push, but that beat his defence and knocked his off stump back.
Get away with that, and he does. Said there's no mid-off in place this match for Surrey. Extra cover Burns in the foreground there, and Clark coming around from mid-on.
Wasn't a great shot. We saw Stoneman get out at Northwood pulling. Probably a ball that wasn't there to be pulled, and equally that wasn't short enough there. It's almost slightly premeditated. And it's what a quick bowler does, it gets you thinking. Playing shots, playing at balls you otherwise leave alone or play differently.
Nicely done there though, single. Moves into 48, Stoneman. mentioned Stoneman and Robson challenging themselves. For Davies, of course, 7th first-class game, England under 19. Around for a while. Keeper as well, Jack Davies. Oh, rather threw the bat at that. Now, how much did third slip get of it, or Gully?
I think he got a hand on that. I mean, it would have been an absolutely ripper of a catch had he pulled that out of the air. Loose, that almost sort of bounced. Did he get a fingertip on it? Maybe not, actually. It's almost lost some pace, the delivery. Pitched in a foothold by the sound of it and sort of popped a little. It sort of went up, which took some pace off the ball, because you thought actually the way that the ball went down to the boundary, some pace has been taken off it, but it was by the pitch rather than the fielder. It's a better shot. Just a single.
End of the over. 83 for 2. You mentioned the foothold, just thought I saw a puff of dust on the other replay. Let's see it from this angle. Quite as obvious from that angle. From the other side, it looked so it just kicked up right in the foothold with a bit of dust with it.
It did look like it kicked up, and it was wide enough really probably to pick up the edge of a bowler's follow through. But Jack will take them. Moves on to 10 into double figures. It's not a double change yet. We're all obviously both the 3 overs from the nursery and before lunch, 6 after or 5 after. Abbott still going. Quick single, good single. Well run.
Edged, doesn't carry. Stoneman didn't look around, didn't snap his head back, just waited.
It's a genuine edge, that. So again, I suppose we're asking a little bit of two-pace, aren't we? We've seen some balls flying through to Folkes, and he's taken them almost at shoulder height. And others there that have not carried to first slip. This soft hands tactic by the batters. Does well. That's a beautiful shot down the ground for 4 by Stoneman. So perfect response from the batter.
He's up his 50 as well. 52 from 57.
Captain Stoneman leading from the front. Third of a job done. Middlesex going to need him to bat for quite some time.
It's a gentle push on this occasion. Gives his opposite number, former opening partner, a chase as well. More there for Stoneman. Ooh. Down the stumps. 93 for 2. now. Just going to be flicked back in by Worrell. Nice little shot that for Davies. Couple to end the over. 95 for 2. Middlesex trail by 100. Anyone you recognise, Gus? Anyone you try not to recognise?
No.
Middle tier. Oh, mind that.
Popular place, isn't it? Nice place to watch.
It's run fine. Stoneman, Middlesex 99 for 2.
Some days where whatever you do you seem to hit the fielder and struggle to get the scoreboard going, but certainly in this innings everything Middlesex has touched has gone for runs, which much needed.
Puts him back above a run of ball now, doesn't it, Stoneman? Oh, now he's gone for that same shot again. Will he get away with it again? He does. Scoops up into the air. It's almost a shovel into the onside from Stoneman. Well, he's going to be less than impressed. It brings up the 100 for Middlesex following on, 100 for 2.
Well, Middlesex, having lost a wicket with the second ball of their second innings, will be delighted to get to 100 for 2, but I think they want to see Mr. Stoneman play a fewer pull shots and maybe look to be crunching that if he's going to play an aggressive shot through the offside, extra cover off the back foot, so he's not going to survive for much longer if he keeps playing those strokes. But 100 for 2, having been 0 for 1, Middlesex making steady progress.
Gets the bat down on that. They were getting excited behind the stumps. So with his hands in the air as well. There you go, hands on head. Oh. Ethan Bamber, the Times. Guardian for Martin Anderson, Tim Mercer in the background. It's edged, and that carries. Davies has gone for 13. Almost identical to the first tick for him. Overton's wheeled away out of shot. Davies has to drag himself back to the pavilion.
Difficult to see from that angle whether the ball nipped across him or whether he's just come across the ball slightly sort of soft forward defensive, wasn't it? Again, a fast bowler making sort of player of Stoneman's experience, play the odd full shot. There's not really forward, you need to be a bit further forward there. Good catch taken by Latham at slip.
I think that was a send-off for Davies from Overton. Maybe there was just a little bit with his old teammate Mark Stoneman. A word or two. Max Holden, number 5. 100 for 3. Just Milan to the second ball of the follow-on Middlesex, but since then just start to feel that things start to settle. And Robson felt similarly Davies just seems to be getting in again, and a partnership going with the skipper. Plethora of opening batsmen indeed. Middlesex's top 5 all opening batters. In fact, top 6 all opened for Middlesex over the years. We did this actually yesterday itself, now I remember it. 8 of Middlesex's top 10 have opened. Nice from Holden. Straight to Burns. He's had his work cut out. That wide mid-off, extra cover position that he's had in this game. Supported the lengths of the bowlers, hasn't it? So well, don't put the half volley there, because it will go for runs. Cover for Holden to get him off the mark. 102 for 3. Overton picking up Davies. It's a good catch. Only just carried, didn't it? That was, saw Stoneman edge a couple of overs back, didn't quite carry. For Davies there, I thought he was going to get away with that one. Good hands underneath it from Latham. There's whatever the little bit of extra was from Overton. Law's back on from the pavilion ends, placing Abbott. 1 for 27 from 6 for him. It's a little tenuous to call Bamber one of the 8 opening batters that Middlesex have in their top 10, but
ridiculous is the better word.
Single there for Stoneman. 2 for 3. We've had a sneezer below that effects mark all match long. At least they've been in for 3 days, they've been consistent. Actually, it could be the ground staff down there, actually. Right below us, one of them's got a cold. Effects mark's a fair way away from the edge, which the Compton's shut.
Groundsman with hay fever.
Used to destroy me, hay fever. You ever a sufferer?
I think as I got older, actually, yeah, I sort of feel it a little bit more now than I did when I was young.
It's funny, I went the other way, I grew out of it.
I was fit and healthy then.
Clip wide of mid on. Get a couple more. I'd asked Tom Helm that, and I was just mentioning Bamber opening last week at Northwood as a night watch. Did ask Tom Helm whether it was a toss-up between he and Bamber to open. Oh, that's a nice ball from Laws. Really good ball around the wicket too. Holden just kept coming back in at him, spearing back in. That's away at the surface. Seen those ones that have just left the left-handers down the slope as usual here at Lords. Just keeps them coming and coming and coming, but beat the edge and the side of the off stump. Shaping that one in again. Turn for a single to end the over. 106 for 3. Yeah, he did the end play interview that night, Tom Helm. I think I'd asked him whether there was any chance that both he and Bamber would have gone out and opened, or whether it was a toss-up between he and Bamber. Cheering the crowd here, is that something for England? Some news. Let's have a look and see. as important as Helm's chances of opening the innings are. There's a lot going on. England, yeah, 591 for 9. Bairstow's on 98. Let's click reload and see what happens. Nothing yet. Scoreboard's just ticked Bairstow over to 99. I wonder if there's a singular chop catch somewhere and they've run one. Let's see if we can put on a test next to it somewhere at the moment. Very nearly. Single more. Now, I think what the commotion is a review of the test match. Bairstow, is he on 99? Decisions reviewed. There you go, they're gone. So we're seeing the delayed pictures here of the review, which is out. So Bairstow stranded on 99. We've got there in the end. The lead 275. High fives for Bairstow. Raised his bat to Old Trafford. Not out on 99. It's an LBW to green for 5. .592 all out England's. The lead 275, 189 Crawley. Bairstow's 99 off 81 deliveries. 10 fours, 4 sixes.
2-2 going to the Oval. Not many people have predicted that.
Wonderful. Top ball in the over. Overton looking a bit, yeah, puff, but he had that slight knock, didn't he, in the field at mid wicket, but it's just that, just a grimace, fast bowler's grimace.
I think he caught one on the knee, didn't he? Sam Robinson clipped one to mid wicket and missed his hands and hit him on the kneecap. Certainly Middlesex batsmen look a bit more positive, haven't they, in the second innings? I don't know whether that's a deliberate attitude or whether that's just the fact that Surrey bowlers have given the batters a little bit more to hit and been a few edges and deflections down to fine leg and third man. So Stoneman leading the charge. Bleakley's had a couple of slices of luck where he's chipped the ball twice trying to pull, one just over mid-off and the other just over the slips, top edge in. Pulls, attempted pulls off Overton.
Yelp or two in the fields. Leg binder, down the leg side. Interesting to see Stokes. I've just seen a replay of it there, coming down to the bottom of the steps at Old Trafford to welcome in Bairstow with a high five as he raised his bat walking off. Great elation.
Yeah, he's obviously enjoyed that. Great bit of a contrast. This Stokes meeting Bairstow at the bottom of the stairs. High five, huge smile. Australia looking pretty desperate actually as they sort of straggled off. Saying earlier, I mean, England have got to them, haven't they? Really rattled them. I mean, you sort of thought that Australia's bowlers are not going to enjoy England's batters coming at them as they did, because no bowler enjoys that. Yes, there's a risk element, but I don't think Australia's bowlers all the time have sort of risen to that sort of challenge, really. And so looking at quite a bit of the bowling yesterday, there was just lots of bad balls. It was average bowling, well, poor bowling to be honest. Very poor bowling if you're thinking it should be Test cricket, one of the best attacks in the world.
And that was the coming into the series, that was the big thing, wasn't it? It's how's Bazball going to go against this bowling lineup?
But I also think, I mean, England's tactics, even though I don't enjoy it, I mean, I think everybody talks about sort of England entertaining, and that sort of 2 hours of cricket when England bowled short balls here was 2 of the most boring hours of cricket I've ever seen. But Australia keep falling for it. They keep hooking, they keep getting top edge, they keep getting out. So why do you keep doing it? So I don't know, Australia seem to have been caught between. Not quite sure what they're doing. I mean, even on the first morning, when you've got sweepers out on the offside, you think, well, England's approach has influenced their tactics from ball 1 of the Ashes, and whilst Australia were the better side in the first 2 Test matches, it was far from convincing, or not as convincing as I thought it would be, because I think Australia are the better team, and I expected Australia to win the Ashes. But looking at where we are now, I mean, you have to make England pretty strong favourites going into the Oval next week.
Have you watched it's the Test, isn't it, the Aussies documentary? Have you watched both seasons of that?
No.
It's pretty good. The second, did you watch either season? The second season's a shorter season, but it's, they come across as a really good bunch. Cummins comes across as a thoroughly decent human being.
Well, they are, yeah. Well, why shouldn't they be?
Because they're Australian. Sorry, Jason Gillespie. He's tuned in the break.
We could say that's quite a gross generalisation, isn't it, you're making there?
No, they come across as such a great bunch. I mean, that was the whole premise of the 2 seasons of the documentary, was that it was picking up from Sandpaper Gate, wasn't it, when the Aussies were just absolutely ridiculed. And
but I mean, Sandpaper Gate is obviously a bad moment in Australian cricket history, but that doesn't mean everybody on the side's a bad bloke.
No, not at all.
I mean, it doesn't mean that even people implicated are bad people. They've just made poor decisions on that moment in time, and there have been lots of cricketers that have made poor decisions at moments in time.
But in the documentary, the first few episodes very much on that premise that Australia are rebuilding. There's no narration of the series. It's a fly-on-the-wall documentary. The premise very much is, look, we need to rebuild our reputations here because we're not looked upon very well by the rest of the world right now.
But it does. I mean, there's so much noise, there's so much rubbish spoken, isn't it? And it's winners and win at all costs, and winners do this, and if you're playing sort of hard but fair, you're soft and all these sort of things. But then you win, and you win the wrong way. It's not right. So winning is important, but it's not the biggest and the ultimate thing. There is a way to do it.
But that's what overwhelmingly comes across in season 2 of the documentary, is Cummins, methodical, trust in the process, do the right things. And Usman Khawaja as well, they're just great guys. They really come across so well in the documentary. Even David Warner comes out of season 2 looking pretty good. Of course, you had him here at Lords in the T20.
We did. Same summer that we had Adam Gilchrist.
Lovely shot.
There to be hit. I'd rather he was playing that shot than the pulls that he's top edged. Alright, it's a bit short, a bit wider, and therefore the offside was the natural destination for it, but still got to put it away.
.25 bowled, 113 for 3. But one of the things about season 2 as well, then, fast forwarding to this, about them getting rattled now, getting knocked out of it as they have been, you almost wouldn't imagine they would have been, because they've come across as such a calm dressing room.
But I think, I mean, again,
methodical.
The incident here, I think, has affected them probably. They'll deny it and they'll say no, but I think it has, because you are suddenly questioning whether, have we got this right?
Well, every time Pat Cummins goes to do an interview at the end of the match now, he's booed by the crowds. He was here.
But that's irrelevant.
Can't feel great though.
No, you don't. What? So you're going to worry about a few idiots in the stands? No, you're not. You're not. You're worried about what people are thinking. People that matter to you, and how you may be viewed further down. You're not worried about a couple of people booing you in the stands. I mean,
scrubs along. I think that may have hit a foothold again. Took a couple.
Well,
nice.
I didn't, and I wouldn't worry about them anyway. Because what you got to do with me? You don't know me. You're irrelevant. Some bloke who's had 16 pints and he's booing you in the stands, and I'm supposed to care about what you're thinking or doing. Do me a favour, pal. Your mum must be really proud of you, mustn't she? But you're worried about how it's recorded, and have we got that quite right? And it's the sort of softer conversations or moments on your own when you'd be sat in your hotel room that you do think, well, should we have called Johnny Bairstow back? And I suppose that little bit of self-doubt is how you play and how you act and how you behave moving forward. There's a little bit of a, whoa, where are we type of thing, whereas it's certainly motivated England there. And the ridiculous thing about, I said, that moment is I think Australia would have beaten England by far more than they did had that incident not taken place. So
Catches the cry. It was up in the air. Look at the throw to the non-strikers then from Overton. Goodness me.
That's hit Max Holden. Not sure where it's hit him. Maybe on the arm.
Quite the throw, wasn't it?
Oh, it's hit him on the head. It's got cleaned up.
To me, side of the neck, is it?
Yeah.
Just below the jaw. Hopefully just below the jaw.
I mean, that's... Well, no criticism of the fielder. I mean, it's amazing actually that he's smacked it to deep point where you thought you'd get a comfortable quick single, and he's ended up having to dive running in, and he's got one on the side of the cheek.
Well, he's smiling, so that's a start. I mean, that'd be a hell of a place to take a blow, wouldn't it, on the side of the cheek there. Oof. Oh.
Perfectly legitimate bit of fielding by the Surrey fielder. So,
oh, look at that! That's a great shot.
And again, Overton, who's got a strong arm.
It's a great side-on view. This. Oh, yeah, it has. It hasn't even bounced.
Yeah, hit him on the fall. I thought it might have got underneath the grill by bouncing up off the grass, but it's not. It's hit him on the full toss. So, as is the case, full concussion testing, which is absolutely right.
Great work from the stream team as well. Producer Ollie behind us. Graham on the camera, square on below Old Father Time.
But as I say, just going back to the incident here in the test against Australia, whilst things settle down, I'm not sure what's happening. Keeper's gone off the field. Maybe it just took that moment to go to the loop. But it certainly picked England up, didn't it? The way that Broad was getting stuck in, and you normally see Broad against anything pretty lively, giving himself a bit of space, but all of a sudden he's behind there, and Stokes having the bit between his teeth. Even though England lost that test, you could almost sort of sense there was probably a switch in emotional sort of feelings as a consequence of that decision. And again, arguably, the decision's perfectly fair. I mean, fielders are perfectly entitled to do that, but sometimes the sort of furore that surrounds something gathers a life of its own, doesn't it?
Delicately done, nicely done. Clark hangs his head backward. Really good from Stoneman. He's into the 70s. The last ball of the over. 120 for 3 Middlesex. Follow on 75 behind now. Quick look at the scores elsewhere. Balls from the nursery end. The attack here. Placing Overton. There was a little bit of a grimace at the end of his previous over, wasn't there? Short, cut away. That's a brilliant stop at backward point. Saves the boundary. Is that Dan Worrell? Jimmy Anderson at backward point. Straight to Worrell on this occasion, no run. Alright, let's do those scores. Kent are 150 for 3, they still trail Essex by 4, 150 for 4. Cox, LBW to Cook. Everson's there now with Finch on 84. Finch, Cook, Cox, LBW Cook for Nought. Everson not out on 6. 150 for 4. Trail Essex by 101 runs in their second innings. Stoneman. Somerset beat Northamptonshire by 9 wickets. Wantage Road, Nottinghamshire 126 for 4, requiring a further 30 for 4 now, requiring a further 281 to beat Hampshire, who declared 3, 4, 4 for 5, 138 unbeaten for Holland.
He's an interesting cricketer, isn't he?
Oh, now gone. A pick up from Stoneman to deep backward square on one leg, looked for the clip, looked to go all the way with it, and standing at long leg, the tallest of the Surrey fielders, climbing into the air, takes the catch. Stoneman's gone for 72. Laws has a wicket. Middlesex 121 for 4.
Well, a big wicket for Surrey and for Middlesex, hoping to avoid this innings potential defeat and take the game into the 4th day. It's there to be clipped, but we were talking about Overton's athleticism when he took a caught and bowled to dismiss Bamber this morning. And again there, he's jumped in the air, plucked it out the air. Wonderful catch. Stoneman considered himself a little unlucky. Had a bit of luck on a couple of occasions, and so you hit the ball in the air. Sometimes you are going to find the fielder, and it's a magnificent catch there. Law's another little bit of good fortune too. He strangled Simpson down the leg side this morning. So
I think he knows it.
If it's your day, mate. Ethan Bamber, maybe we're thinking, how on earth have I only got one wicket, and then he's got a couple like that. So Surrey chipping their way through the Middlesex batting order. Stoneman played some really nice shots there, actually batted beautifully. As I said, maybe had a couple of bits of good fortune with the top edge pulls, but they'll be disappointed. Looking to be positive, understandably. Not had the best of seasons, looking to sort of almost hit himself into some form. But he's picked out the wrong man there, Jamie Overton. Almost deep fine leg, really. Sort of at 45, isn't it, on the leg side.
John Simpson walked out there this morning with Ethan Bamber, trying to help Middlesex avoid the follow-on. 105 runs with 5 wickets standing. So with the follow-on this morning, able to do so. They were pretty comfortably short in the end. Simpson first up. Tail up for Laws. 13th first class game for the 20-year-old since 21 in December. And under 19. 21 wickets for the season now. Sixth game, 21 at 21. It's got his confidence going, hasn't it? A bumper first up to Simpson, a perfect Yorker second ball. Simpson does well, trapping down on it. Back ball and ground all coming together all at once, end of the over. So Stoneman the latest to go, 72 from 78 deliveries. Positive approach from Stoneman, and it was a marked difference in the second innings from Middlesex to the first. Surrey really got on top of Middlesex, never let them get away. Middlesex more positive in the second, but the task in front of them is a tough one. 121 for 4. It's a lovely shot, no run, straight into the stumps of the non-striker's end. How about that Hampshire?
Yeah, Holland. I'm sorry. Before the every time I seem to speak to something, a wicket falls, so I better shut up and stop. But he's a real workman-like cricketer, isn't he? Sort of played against Middlesex a few times and produced something, taken wickets, opened the bowling, gentle sort of medium pace, but swings it a little. Makes a nuisance of himself with the bat. So one of these players you don't see playing probably in Hampshire's strongest side, but injuries, test calls, things like that. He comes in and does a good job.
He didn't play against Middlesex in that last game down at the Aegeus. Oh goodness me, what a ball that is from Clark. Swoops across Holden. Up all round for Surrey at the moment.
Yeah, and Surrey whilst Middlesex's run rate, their healthy run rate, 4.37 and over, they won't really worried about that as long as they're picking up regular wickets, which they are doing. So, you say 28 overs, wicket every 7 overs.
that too, just the single. Yeah, Holden went pretty decently against Middlesex 2 seasons back, I seem to remember, down at the Cheers. I'm not sure if that was the Abbas match. Well batted ball. One, 2 for 4, following on Middlesex to 73 behind. Fuller, former Middlesex man, 52 or 42 in that innings. The partnership with Holden, then they came together. Well, blimey, it was quite the recovery all round. 89 for 4 when Brown departed, then 239 for 5 when Dawson departed for 82 off 111. Fuller 52 off 42, and then Holland left unbeaten on 138. Nottinghamshire is delayed now, they're off 130 for 4, 281 required. That's Clark on 50, Moores on 22. Sharp onto the ribs of Holden, hooks down to long leg. Fuller's come out and picked up a couple of wickets at the back of his 50, 2 for 14 off 6. Picked up Hamid, caught Middleton 30, and Vince taking the catch of Montgomery. Going for a duck. And a bass with a wicket each. Simpson off the mark, 4th ball.
It's Barker playing. I was going to say Abbott, Abbas and Barker. It's
Yep.
Three bowlers. John does just, well, actually Abbas is probably the most fluid, but the others amazed they get through the workload they do, because they put the bodies through a bit. Certainly Barker and Abbott.
Sun's out at Lord's. What a picture. It's the first glimpse of the sun.
A bit more I mean, it is nice, beautiful out there at the moment. I'm just sort of looking at the.
Yeah,
it's looking a bit more threatening behind the pavilion where the weather tends to come from. But looking at the. Sort of weather coming across Manchester, it's almost coming from. I'm sure it's coming from the northwest or from the west, really, but that's west over there.
That camera that we've got for the wide shot, it almost brings out every single colour, including the dark. It's not quite as dark as that perhaps.
I know, it looks darker when there are certain lights, doesn't it, where it looks more threatening on the horizon than it actually is.
It's almost like a Jack Russell painting, that one, isn't it? Bat for Holden, end of the over, 1-2-4 for 4. Simpson will have the strike. The last Division 1 match to tell you of. Lancashire 83 for 4, they lead Warwickshire by 198. Surrey, of course, will have a very keen eye on that. Middlesex go to Warwickshire next week. In 3rd at the moment, but a game in hand on Essex and Surrey. Jennings has 23, Bell has 13 for Lancashire. Oh, just got a little bit bigger on Simpson than he expected. Managed to check the shot, stay in control, stay over the top, only just. Hannon Dolby with a couple of wickets. Wells gone for a 3rd ball duck, and Bohannon gone for 25.
He's having a good year, Hannon Dolby, isn't he? seen more as a white ball bowler, wasn't he, for a few years while Warwickshire, would come to the fore this year.
He played a couple of games. I seem to remember Hannon Dalby in the 2014, 2015, 2016 battles with Yorkshire between Middlesex and Yorkshire. I seem to remember his name cropping up a few times. Of course, there was Sidebottom, Bresnan grabbing the headlines, but I remember him having a couple of games.
He's a nice man, he is. Met him when I was in England select. He was, I don't know what he was doing. He was in the UAE when England had a Lions or A Tour or something like that over there, bowling at the players in the nets. Nice fella.
This is Warwickshire's grab really at turning this match around, because Lancashire are effectively 198 for 4 in their second innings, so a bit of work to do. Edgbaston. Ball called against Clark. No Rushworth in the second innings for Warwickshire. If he's okay, of course, but if he has picked up a niggle ahead of Middlesex's trip to Edgbaston. In fact, he didn't. He didn't finish. He went out in the first innings. 14.2 overs, 1 for 43 for Rushworth, so withdrawn. The attack in the first innings, not bowling in the second. Stumped Salt bowled Wells with the bat, so barring overbalancing, he charged down the track to Wells and was stumped, so it's obviously not a calf injury or something then for Rushworth. So not bowling in the second innings. And Dalby, Hamza, Bernard, Rhodes, Briggs and Yates trying to find the way through Lancashire at Edgbaston. Rushworth's old boys going right against Derbyshire. There's one to come of the over. That's the over. 127 for 4. Derbyshire 443. Durham 500 for 7 now.
Scored a lot of runs this year, Durham, haven't they? Playing on some pretty nice batting pitches up at Chester Street.
It's pretty decent top order, isn't it? Lees, Jones, Borthwick, Beddingham.
What's Potts doing there? Obviously night watch me, he's got 50, 103 balls, batted for 2.5, get on for 2 hours 20 minutes. Maybe loving that.
Oh, has he? Yes, he has. Simpson, frustrated, walks off. He was almost tempted to flay at the bails there, Simpson, in frustration. Middlesex 5 down. Laws has another 2 for 7 in his 5th. The 20-year-old full of smiles.
It's a nothing shot there by John Simpson. I don't know what he's doing playing at it. Just hung his bat out. Just flicked the outside edge.
See his frustration afterwards. He knew it, didn't he?
Very soft dismissal.
Just knocked the bails off, didn't he, in frustration with himself. No frustration for that young man. Back to Higgins. Moved by Overton this morning. And the man he's replacing, Simpson, hoping to hold it together. Push Middlesex past that follow-on. Still trailed by 68 runs. 5 down, 127 for 5. Holden on 10. Surrey rampant in this innings and in this match, really. Sibley early, and that partnership between Latham and Burns got them going. Smith with a century. Clark topping it up down the end, and again yesterday morning, 121 further runs for their final 5 wickets. Middlesex couldn't really have hoped for much more yesterday morning, but nonetheless it was still a good effort by Surrey. The ball was doing a bit more yesterday morning.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday wasn't far off being Middlesex's day to some extent. I know 180 for 5 themselves, which, like, you're vulnerable, but having, as you said, taken the last 5 Surrey wickets for 120 runs, they've been chuffed with that. But first day and this day have firmly put this game in Surrey's hands. Taking regular wickets. Let's look at the dismissals. A couple of good balls, but a couple of indifferent shots.
Down the track, Higgins. Not sure if that's at the edge or a bit of the hip, although a turn around from Higgins. Yes, at the back. Thigh towards the hip. A yelp from the fielders, which is actually what paused me. I was thinking they'd be all screaming in my ear, but not so. Pretty much at a similar angle that you're watching on the camera from the nursery ends at an angle. Nice shot. Higgins off the mark. The boundary. Still be a bit of fight in this yet. Higgins and Holden to Carey's to come next to. Well, he only had 5 deliveries before he was batting with the number 11 this morning.
Well, Middlesex do need to get this follow on. Got a feeling the over aim might be a minus. So points have been hard to come by. You don't want to give them back by being slow between the overs, so it is important that Middlesex can get some lead so that they can.
There he goes again, use of the feet. He's a scrapper, Higgins. Middlesex are certainly in a scrap here.
No back left at all, is there? Just punch, good wrists through the ball. Made his intentions clear.
Down the track he comes again and drops the single. Well run, well played. Laws belatedly releases the ball because he realised that he was putting the pressure on Clark backing up. Let's go around with all the enthusiasm and energy of the 20-year-old that he is. End of the 31st. A wicket for him at the start. Picking up Simpson for 2. Edrich stand. I was going to say, one of the drinks that we saw on the middle tier of the balcony looked like a cocktail, or just be sat on the railing of the middle tier. Got a creamy looking cocktail as well, particularly on that tipped over your head. Down in the lower tier. Worcestershire won by 100 runs at Oakham. Low scoring game. Leicestershire had put Worcestershire in, skittled them for 178 and then rolled themselves for 110. Fall for Pennington. 3 for Wait, 2 for Finch. Which is his second innings. Went for 169. Chris Wright, 4 for 44.
Old Middlesex boy. Who started out. Had a good career, hadn't he? Middlesex to join Essex, wasn't it? Initially. Was it Warwickshire?
Essex, yeah. Field. Oh,
That's useful. Take them.
Higgins pushes back to the bowler, and Clark in frustration throws back at Higgins, puts the pressure on Folkes. I said at the end of the last over that Lords didn't put the pressure on Clark backing up. Not much of a chance did he give his keeper there. Not much, but gives Middlesex 4 runs. Trail by 55 now, Higgins on 13. Were you a shyer at the stump, Gus?
Yeah, I did have the odd petulant throw.
Oh, nearly follows it up with the wicket, and Folkes underarms at the stumps. All go.
England keepers don't do these sort of things. It's only the Aussies. Surely.
That's why they picked Bairstow, not Folkes. Fair play to Cummins, he immediately went out in that interview afterwards and said, well, Bairstow does it enough himself, doesn't he?
There was that video, wasn't there, of Bairstow doing it in a championship game, standing up to Patterson, where it was a bit sort of questionable. So none of us have got perfect histories, apart from me, of course. Not.
Questionable dismissals involving wicketkeepers, surely not.
No, it's almost whenever someone says, "Oh, I played against you once," I think, "Oh no, what did I say?" I apologise.
That was hooked away. 4 more. He's on to 14.
Thought for a minute, I mean, Overton there, he's got a wingspan like a 380, hasn't he? Sort of moving round there, picking catches up. Max Holden just needs to be a little bit careful, as Mark Stoneman found out.
Floodlights going back on at Lords. Those grey clouds that we were looking at in the distance have arrived, and I don't think they're much more than that as they arrive, really, are they? Just some darker stuff, but no real rain around. None was expected today. You can see it just over the top of the Warner there. Cut, the cry was catch and put down. Worrell picking himself up. Looks like he went a fair way.
Like a catch he should have taken, actually. Towed it, I think. Max Holden not hit that hard. Actually, saying that would have been a good catch, but professional cricketers tend to hold on to most of them.
Good response from Holden and drive. Boundary off this one. 148 for 5. Middlesex trail by 47 now.
It's all action cricket today, or certainly this afternoon. It's quite quiet at the start of the day when Middlesex were battling with Bamber and Simpson at the crease, but Middlesex's second innings is ticking along at 4.5 runs and over.
This partnership's ticked along as well, hasn't it? 22 in no time, it seems. It's 13 off 11.
Colours do look like almost a painting, don't they, from this that camera up just in front of me.
You got any of Jack Russell's paintings at home?
Yeah, got a couple.
Great book that he did of.
Well, they say prints. They're not the sort of real one. He's kept the originals.
It's a great book of all the grounds that he played at. I think it might have been all the out grounds that he played at in England. Lovely shot by Higgins, punched for 4. Middlesex have 150 on the board in the second innings.
Well, Jack did some. Say 150 up. Yeah, you mentioned that. Jack did some paintings of, I suppose, memorable England victories. So when we won in Barbados and when we won Adelaide. So I got 2 of those, which he got us all to sign as a team. So we managed to get something out of him, which was a challenge because he's a bit stingy at times, old Jack. No, he's not. He's very generous. He's actually given John Simpson a hell of a lot of stuff for his testimonial this year.
Well, I was going to say again, you'd have had him around an awful lot because he worked with Simpson for a long time, didn't he?
Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my idea, really. I mean, just because
Why wouldn't you?
young keeper, throwing him in. We've sort of moved on from Nash and Scott, 2 established keepers, and want to give him some support. Chat with Simo. Have a word with Jack. Jack's, I mean, he's mad, but his enthusiasm and his energy, and those two struck up a really good, strong working relationship, and undoubtedly Simo benefited hugely from the time that he spent with Jack. So it was worked really well. It's just a nightmare with Jack, though. So there's 2 things. One, he doesn't tell you where he lives because he doesn't want anybody to know where he lives.
Yeah.
And 2, he used to turn up but deliberately hide in the bushes so that the Simo didn't know he was there. To sort of catch him out to see whether he was doing all the work that he said in preparation and things like that, and somewhat not to put him under pressure. And it was like, well, and then he'd send his expenses in, and you think, well, Jack, you haven't told me where you've come from. I've not seen you at the ground, and I'm supposed to be signing this off as expenses. I mean, I need a bit more information. So you say, I'm not telling you where I drive from, and you're saying, right, 130 miles at whatever it is, 35, whatever it was a mile, and I've been there all day, and no one's seen you because you've been hiding camouflaged in the trees. Yeah, but I was there. Well, I'd wait. Come on, Gus, I wouldn't try and do you.
Often.
No, he wouldn't have.
You should have stuck a pin in whichever ground it was, just done a radius of 130 miles
Well,
and
no,
driven
we
around.
went- well,
You know
no,
it would have been
well-
somewhere in the west.
Well, no, I said that when we went during my testimony or my benefit year. We went down to his gallery, and actually, was it during that? It might have been for something else anyway. I said, "How far away from here do you live, Jack?" He said, "Oh, you don't find out that easy." I said, "Jack, you said I live within 10 minutes away from here. I'm not going to suddenly drive down every street looking for your car." No, you don't find out that easy. I'm not giving you that.
I'm amazed that nobody's ever followed him home just for the bedevilment, former colleague, former teammate.
He'd
Who'd be
probably,
most likely?
I'm trying to think. I don't actually. I mean,
You.
No, I can't be bothered with that. 3:40, so it's tea, but what will be going on is overs remaining in the day, 38 overs, so we've still got another 6 overs to be bowled before tea. And change of bowling. Worrell back on. But yeah, Jack, I mean, where do you start? He shared a room with him. It was like being in a Chinese laundry. It's just clothing hanging off everything. He didn't trust the laundry, so he washed it all himself in the bathroom and just hung it on everything. And he didn't go out, so you'd sort of sneak in, or you come into your hotel room at 10 o'clock at night having been out for a dinner. And you don't want to wake your roomie up, so you sort of sneak in and sort of reaching around for your bedside light to turn your bedside lights on. What's that? Just sort of wet on. It's like his bloody jockstrap is on hanging over my bedside light, drying. It's like, Jack, for Christ. Shared with him in Perth, and there was a Chinese restaurant next door. And for, I think 9-10 nights in a row, he went for could have the chicken and celery without the celery. That was his order.
Nice shot, just a single with the sweeper back. Weetabix, wasn't that? Was it
Yeah,
Weetabix?
had to be in for, was it for 3 minutes? If it was in for 4 or in for 2, he knew. Give you a rollicking, to get it absolutely right for when he walked off the field. One tea bag that he used all day, used to pin it up, didn't he? Preparation for Sri Lanka, he used to go and sit in the sauna with all his cricket gear on. Used to punish himself as well if he let buys through. Lock himself in his room, he wouldn't go out for a week.
I was going to say, probably don't want to know, do we? Punish himself.
It's one again, when we went to the West Indies, right, so went to Guyana, which is what, South America, isn't it? So it's quite sort of remote. And the food's fine, but Jack was just preoccupied with the food, and he had, I think it was Asda or something like that. Almost delivered a pallet of beans and all the sort of little tin stuff that he was going to take. He says, lad, and he sort of came down excited, I've had my delivery, all excited. And just took us to this sort of storage area in the hotel that we're in Antigua, because we're off to Georgetown or Ghana. Come on lads, help, fill your bags. Well, what do I want to be carrying around tins of baked beans and stuff like that in my bags around West Indies? And he was just devastated. No one would actually sort of left hundreds of tins of sort of tinned food, sort of, you know, the sort of alphabet spaghetti and all this sort of stuff behind it. He had ordered and delivered because he had to go to Ghana and he didn't trust the food there. His cap, when his cap fell apart, put it in the oven to dry and forgot about it. It's in tears.
There was someone dressed up in fancy dress as Jack Russell at one of the recent tests, and took a picture and tweeted it to him. And he replied, wrong colour gloves. Lovely shot by Holden. He moves into the 20s. Middlesex 158 for 5. They trail by 37 now.
I think from Middlesex, and I'll say it and I'm risking things by saying it, but I will do. I think one of the encouraging things to come out of the last few weeks is Max's move forward. I mean, he's obviously white ball cricket has developed hugely in the last couple of years, and quite rightly he earned a gig with 100, and everybody's chuffed for him on that front. But his red ball cricket seems to be just gathering a bit more purpose to it. He's sort of almost been stuck a little bit, and frustrating because we know there's such a talented player there. And he's just not got on, and whilst he's not gone on to post that big score in the last couple of weeks, there's been some 40-50s, and the way that he's going about his batting, he looks a lot more sort of sure about himself, which is really encouraging to see.
Again, I've always said that, you know, Max and Stephen Eskenazi as well, actually, two of the batters that I feel most sorry for, in that they were such big talents when they came through in first class cricket. Just weren't getting near a white ball side. Worked incredibly hard, and so something's got to give, isn't it? You're working so hard at the white ball game, and they both established themselves as openers, didn't they, in the T20 side, and that was one of the most successful parts of the T20 side for a while. He's now pushed into the middle order to take on the spin in T20. He's done a fine job there as well, but yeah, just getting the all-round game. It's always going to come good again against the red ball. Finding himself, finding his game in first class cricket as an opener.
Higgins is going to stir them up out there, isn't he? He's sort of busy at the crease. You can get all feisty and aggressive with him. It doesn't matter at all. He just loves the contest, doesn't he? Getting under your skin. Hopefully, he can do that for a couple of hours.
That's gone. The hill can take by folks. A bit of commotion around. Does that mean there's a wicket at the cricket? Wicket at tests. Let's have a look and see. Australia were 32 without loss in the 11th. Khawaja on 18, Warner on 14. Wood is in the middle of an over. Let's see if we can get an update. Oh, now he's gone a long way across to that. Not out. It was a really quick, really early shake of the head from the umpire. Abbott was convinced. It was a long, long way across Higgins. End of the over, 158 for 5. Have another look. Not bad. Pop of the cheek, shake of the head. Just in case Alex Stewart's listening, also I heard two noises. Front and back pad. I must admit, when I saw the replay, I said I heard two noises and looked at it and thought, yeah, it could have been. Khawaja's the man out. Caught Bairstow, bowled Woods. 32 for 1 Australia, still trailing by 243. That's a lovely shot there, look at that.
Grandstand in all its glory.
Cloudy skies are better, aren't they, for pictures than blue sky. Blue sky doesn't actually help the picture, but the cloudy sky gives the picture more depth. A bit of light as well.
Must be a stupid question, this. Although when I was a journalist, I was told there's no such thing as a stupid question.
Ooh. It just feels like it's doing a bit more out there at the moment, doesn't it?
Well, it's overcast, isn't it? Lights are on, good conditions to bowl in. Almost just accentuates any little bit of movement that's around. But you're talking about skies. Why do you get? I mean, why do some parts of the world? I mean, it's like Norfolk, big skies. Why do you get big skies? Why some sizes seem bigger than others? I'm expecting you to know that.
Oh, he's gone again. Constable country. No, that's Suffolk, isn't it? Constable country.
Not sure. Not a painter.
Should I call Jack?
Yeah. But you do get big skies in places, don't you? Where it looks sort of the vista's huge. Is it the air? Is it the clarity of the air? Is it the backdrop? I suppose the backdrop to some extent, isn't it? Taking a hole for myself here.
Steered, shovelled for a single out to deep square.
Just looking at the light out there, I wonder whether the umpires might have a word, because it's dark.
Time for tea.
Yeah, that'd be probably a safe option. So once the big clouds just to the left of the pavilion as we're sat up here, so obscuring the sun, which is moving its way round behind the pavilion.
It's funny, we sit up here all these years and you watch the umpires, they're kind of weighing up, they look up at the sky and think, oh, what does it look like? You know, is it going to pass over or not? Of course, when you stand down in the middle there, you don't actually have a great view up over the top of the pavilion, do you? You sit up here and you look at the horizon and you think, oh, it's going to be fine, look, there's blue sky over there. .60 for 5 if there's a little spit of rain or something in the air. You can just see that it's going to pass. The umpires are kind of looking over the back of the Warner and thinking, what's it going to do? They're coming together. This might be tea.
It would almost make sense to come for tea, don't lose any time.
Ooh, on we go. It's a strange decision. It was really dark just after lunch and we started without the lights because they weren't up. Once they're up, then you can turn them on. Now it feels even darker. When it really does look like a day-night test out there at the moment, doesn't it? See it on that shot there. I'm not sure the wide shot particularly. He's done well to get the bat out of the way of that one, hasn't he, Holden?
Good bumper there by Abbott. Steepling bounce.
Wasn't even that short, was it really?
Strong man, isn't he?
I think the slope as well. Follow up, top of off, well played by Holden. Cut away. Just a single.
Committee room.
Who's in there, Gus?
I'm sure they're all going to get self-conscious now, aren't they?
Give us a wave, lads. And
Line up
ladies.
the commentary on. I could be in there
Oh,
watching.
Will, you're on. That's David Kendrick's at the back. He'll have an earpiece in for sure. He definitely just spotted he was on the camera as well. You can see that quizzical look that went over his face.
Hope work aren't watching.
Shot, no run. Great stop. Rory Burns rolls around. 38 bowls, 163 for 5.
Sort of saying whether I remember earlier in the day, Rory Burns fielding in the slips. He's a good fielder at mid-off, isn't he? He's agile, nimble. Saved a lot of runs there. Looking back at the nursery end. Knee waving. Not that you'd have seen that.
I think it is.
Big hand.
And 63 for 5, so 2 to tea on day 3. This partnership is worth 36, which Higgins has 21. There from Worrell, looking to get something through the air. Looks like there was a little bit of shape on it. See if this reveals so as much through the air. Yeah, looking straight. Come in. Hand at his head in leg side. check on the other ground, see what's going on. Major advances. Tea at the Test, 39 for 1 Australia. Tea at Chelmsford, 177 for 4. Trail still by 74 runs. Team 1 place above Middlesex, at the team 1 place below Surrey, Essex. 13 points behind Surrey, Essex. Warwickshire 23 points behind Surrey, but with the game in hand. A bit of work to do against Lancashire at the moment, who have lost a 5th wicket. 118 for 5, but they lead by 2-3-3. So it's 11 points behind Kent, but with the game in hand. Nottinghamshire 89 points from 9 played, so Middlesex also have a game in hand on them. Trip to Trent Bridge to come in September. Final round. Someone else get bad on that. He's played it very late. Thought too late. Sorry, finish up at Southampton, way to Hampshire. Northampton the round before at the Oval, and Warwickshire the round before that. Also at the Oval. Only 3 games in September for Surrey. Busy September for Middlesex.
Tea. Sorry, session, 4 wickets. Middlesex 130 for 4, I think, in the session, around there. 133 for 4. Nothing wrong with the scoring rate, but Surrey picked up 4 useful wickets. Higgins and Holden playing well there for that last half an hour. Make sure there was any further damage, and they'll both be hoping, the Middlesex will be hoping that they can bat for some time after tea. But it's been a very strong day for Surrey so far. Middlesex just trying to stay in touch really at this moment in time. Hopefully by the end of the session or the end of the interval, things will have brightened up here, and some of that brighter weather on the horizon maybe over Lords.
Cheers, Gus. We'll be back just under 20 minutes here at Lords. Middlesex 163 for 5. Players out and ready to go under brighter skies this evening, which is good news. The floodlights are on, but it has been a gloomy day at times. Gloomy day with the wickets for Middlesex, 163 for 5. They resumed 5 down this morning in their first innings. Following on, they still trail by 32, but Max Holden with 25 and Ryan Higgins with 21. Doing a fine job of holding things together at the moment. But 32 overs remaining tonight. Well, there's plenty that can still happen here this evening for Surrey. Umpire Shaughnessy there borrowing the bat of Holden to hammer down the stumps with the bat handle, not the bat face, fortunately. Former Somerset man, Jamie Overton, out there with the ball in hand at the moment. Ready to go. 2 slips, a deep third, backward point, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square and a long leg in place. And it's Overton from the nursery ends to get us underway after tea. .163 for 5. Double. This is up and running for the evening session. So 40 overs bowls. Middlesex will hope 32 overs tonight. Hold the ball, try and get in, try and get something going. Should be a fine contest between Overton and Higgins and Holden after tea, who was fired up before tea. Overton. To come of the opening over after the interval. Not that short, but got away well by Higgins. We'll get a couple. Former Gloucestershire man, of course, up against the former Somerset man. Higgins onto 23, 165 for 5, 41 overs bowled, 31 remain on day 3. Delighted to say, after tea on day 3, joined by James Clark, who's currently doing a charity cycle ride with 2 of his friends in memory of his dad, former Somerset chair Charles Clark, passed away sadly in 2019 of cancer. And raising funds for Chance to Shine, Cancer Research UK, cycling to all 18 first-class county grounds in 18 days. Arrived at Lords just after lunch today. 18,000 raised so far. And, well, good evening to you, James. We'll have to squeeze in between deliveries here. I'll bring you in after this ball for a Abbott. Good evening to you.
Thank you very much for having me here. It's an absolute pleasure to be in the media centre at Lords.
Pleasure to have you here. How many down of the 18 now?
So we are now 12 down, or may even be 13 actually. It'll be 13 after the Oval, which we're going on to today about 5 o'clock after we finish here. It's the one stint that a lot of people have volunteered to join in with.
Short one.
Funnily enough, yeah, they felt they could manage 8k, but they were nowhere to be seen when we were cycling through the Yorkshire Dales up to Chesterton Street, sadly.
I met your dad a few years ago down at Somerset. Very great lover of the game, wasn't he? And of course, I knew Andrew Cornish very well. Worked together here at, not here, sorry, down at Taunton.
He did, yeah. So he was serving as chairman when he died in 2019, which was just an absolute honour for him as such a Somerset man. He was sort of, well, in our eyes, Mr. Somerset, really.
Single for Holden.
Yeah, and I think, well, that's why we wanted to raise money for Chance to Shine as well. You know, cricket's come under a lot of scrutiny recently with what's been going on at Yorkshire and things, but cricket was such a joy that Dad had and passed on to me, and something we were able to share. And obviously Chance to Shine is trying to sort of spread cricket and help people, you know, enjoy it throughout their life. And, you know, you can meet such a wide range of people and go to so many places. That hopefully raising money for them will help with that.
Yeah, two incredible charities in very different sectors, of course.
They are, yeah. So the other was Cancer Research UK for obvious reasons, but specifically we're raising money for metastasis research, which is the actual spreading of cancer. So Dad originally had bowel cancer, which went away, and then a couple of years later a dreaded NHS letter came back through the post and it reappeared in another part of his body, and that's still something that's sort of quite unknown how that happened, so we wanted to make sure it was specifically funding that.
It's a fabulous cause. When did the idea come about to do 18 counties in 18 days?
Well, we were thinking about doing something for a long time, and then all three of us have a sort of a gap in between work. And we wanted to do something with cricket, and we stumbled over the idea of why don't we do all 18 counties, maybe walk it or something, or run it. But they're two things that we can actually do. None of us could cycle, so it's my two best mates and I from home who knew Dad really well. So we thought, why don't we get on two wheels?
Oh, now that could be close. He's gone. LBW. Higgins is out. For 23, steps across and had a big call just before T. Abbott. This time he has a wicket. 166 for 6, Middlesex. They still trail by 29. That one looked pretty good. Have a look again. There was a bit through the air, down the hill, down the slope. There it goes, and yeah, pretty full, pretty straight. Swing, the slope couldn't save Higgins there, stepping across to try and negate what was happening, but once he failed to get bad on it, it was trouble for Higgins. 166 for 6 in the 43rd. Abbott, his second wicket, Middlesex's follow-on, and well, I think there was a little bit more from Abbott there, given the one that was turned down before T. 2 for 31 for the Australian. 10 overs bowled from him, and Higgins, who's been a real hero on a couple of occasions for Middlesex this season, unable to save them here. It's going to be Josh DeCaries, who was out there this morning with Tim Murtagh, the last pair, had a decent little cameo, not enough to get Middlesex up and past the follow-on. So he comes out with his team following on. Holden, top order batter, and a former opener as well, out there on 26, and a big job to do. 42 gone. Last ball of the over, so he won't have to face just yet. It'll be Holden to half strike, and well, a moment at least for DeCaries to gather himself. A certain link between you and Josh DeCaries.
Yeah, I think he got the better of me on most occasions, but I remember playing against him when he was at Leeds University, in the MCC or UCCE stuff, as it's now called. But I did get him out, but I think it was probably chopped on or caught at Cow Corner, I imagine.
Who are you playing for?
I was playing for Durham University at that time, which was great fun, and you've also got ex-Durham University player Joe Cracknell in the Middlesex lineup as well. A white ball specialist, and he gave me some treatment in the nets, that's for sure.
Gave this man, Jamie Overton, some treatment as well in the T20 here. Holden gets in behind that one, no rub. The Old Father Time away to our left, above the scorer's box over there. Overton was thumped into the panels that lead up. If you look 3 panels up from the scorer's box, there's a little hole right in the middle, and that was where Cracknell managed to hit Jamie Overton, and there it still is, almost as though they're keeping it. See, just down from Old Father Time there, that panel there. Just saw at the bottom, extraordinary hit. Cracknell, popular player at Middlesex. As you say, he's a white ball specialist at the moment, trying to force his way into this side. But yeah, back to so with 2 friends that you're doing the cycle ride.
That's right, 2 friends, James Toomey and Charlie Collins, who are now getting very comfortable in their lycra, something they never wanted to do, but have succumbed to the idea of. And yeah, they've been absolutely brilliant. So I had a bit of an accident on Monday up in Barnsley, so I've been off the bike for a few days. Their initial reaction was to go for a curry and a couple of cobras in Sheffield as I lay in A&E, and that's when you know they're probably your best mates. And they, no hesitation but to carry on in memory of Dad, so I'm incredibly grateful to them.
Ooh, now that can't be far away from the leg stump, as Jamie Overton's reaction suggests. Let's have another look from the other end. Yeah, just maybe caught a little bit of the pad on the way down the leg side, back of the pad, strap. Fortunately for Holden, didn't drop down onto the stumps. 2 to go the over for Overton. Are they here with you today?
They are here, yeah. They've been getting a bit of recovery in the stands because they've cycled down from Chelmsford this morning after yesterday, which was a big day all the way from Northamptonshire, which was nice to catch up with a couple of the Somerset boys there as they were playing over there. It looks like they're doing quite well. But no, the toughest conditions were probably from Old Trafford up to Chester Street through the Yorkshire Dales, and they're getting close now. They feel like they're on the home straight, so down to Canterbury tomorrow, and then along the south coast to Sussex, Southampton, and then home.
End of the over, 166 for 6. So the accident, have you fractured your wrist or you've got it in a brace there?
They think the wrist may be fractured. They couldn't actually tell, so I don't know whether that says something about Barnsley A&E or not, but fingers crossed it's just a sprain. But yeah, my face isn't looking great. I mean, lots of people say I look better actually with all the cuts over it. But if the hands get a bit better, then fingers crossed I'll be able to get back on the handlebars.
So you went over the handlebars?
You went straight over the handlebars, yeah, and sort of face first into the tarmac, which, as expected, came out very much on top. But yeah, if things go well and I can put a bit of pressure on my hands, I'll try and do the last leg back to Somerset. Fingers crossed.
Here's Abbott, 44th over the innings. Oh, look at the shape on that. It's where he's feeling he had to play at that one with a bit of hoop coming in from Abbott. 166 for 6 it is. Yeah, the Somerset wrapped up the win at Wanstead Road today, didn't they? Against Northamptonshire, who Middlesex played last week at Northwood. So do you still keep close contact with Somerset?
Yeah, try to. I was at school with a couple of the players. So Tom Banton's one of my good friends from home. We were at King's together, and Tom Abel used to play at Taunton Vale. So we keep in quite good touch.
It's quite the family ground, isn't it, Taunton? Very much heart of Taunton.
Yeah, it's absolutely glorious, and some of the T20s down there this year when the sun's been shining with the church in the background. We were saying it's got quite a sort of a Worcestershire feel about it as well when we were over there. That sort of felt like going home a bit as well. And also, another thing Dad did whilst he was on the committee there was get the permission for the first LED floodlights in the country to go in there. So it's an absolutely stunning place to watch cricket.
So how can people get involved? How can they donate?
So to donate, we're on Just Giving. So if you just type in on Google "Cycle for Charles" with the number 4, you can find us through there. We're also on Instagram, which is cycle_for_Charles, and you can get the link through there and follow updates on how the team are getting on. So we do a post from every ground and where we are along the way. And also we're on Twitter just at Cycle for Charles. We're trying to raise 18 grand overall. We're super close now, so anything anyone can give would be amazing.
I'm guessing, Googling Charles Clark, Somerset, and charity bike ride as well. Get it. We'll find your way somehow, so we'll find the page you're looking for.
You'd hope so with technology now, that if it hasn't overheard you talking about it already and has searched it for you, then if you type in some vaguely related words, it should come up with the right thing. But as I say, even if we hit the 18 grand, we want to keep going, because sadly, I don't think 18 grand will be enough to cure cancer and help all the families out. So keep going, keep donating. Don't wait, donate, as we've been saying all the way along, and thank you for anything you can do to support.
Shaping that again from. But coming into the right-hander, Carey's off the mark, 5th ball. It's a single down to deep third. Forgive me, I did ask you, how long ago did you have the idea to do the 18 counties, or how did you come up with it?
We thought about doing it last year, but then realised it was going to take quite a lot of planning, working out the route. So we sort of circumnavigated the country, going up the west side and then all the way to Chesterley Street, back down through the Midlands and then over to Chelmsford and around. And also working out where to stay along the way. So thank you to all our friends and families and all our support drivers along the way.
Oh, Holden really going for the big one there. Looking to counter. There it goes, end of the over, 44 done, 167 for 6. First time we've got to see all 18 counties?
It is, I was trying to remember, like a few of them I felt I probably had been to when I was younger, maybe with Dad, but I'd never been to Old Trafford before. Some of the slightly smaller ones in the Midlands hadn't done, Grace Road, or now it's the Incora County Ground at Derbyshire. I think I went to Chelmsford with an under-12 Somerset tour, and then looking forward to seeing Kent and Sussex as well, which are 2 others I haven't ticked off, but have been lucky enough to come to Lords a few times, and being back here is just an absolute treat, as it always is.
Now the crash obviously wasn't much fun at all, but what was the fun bit? What's been the best bit so far?
I think the highlight is probably just...
Mum's laughing behind, so she clearly knows what the answer's going to be to this.
I mean, I think you probably, you remember the most stressful parts. I think cycling-wise, it was probably the start going through Monmouthshire and Herefordshire was absolutely glorious. The Yorkshire Dales probably would have been glorious, but it was just driving wind and rain the whole time. But in terms of grounds, I think we've loved Worcestershire and Trent Bridge.
Looks like that scuffs through, stopped by Folkes.
And we've also had some delicious food along the way, which has helped out. But it's been amazing to spend that sort of time together with some of your best mates as you start to get older. To get 18 days in a row together is quite rare. So if you do get the chance to go out and do anything for charity, or even just having a laugh, take the most of it, because as we saw with Dad, you might not be around for long enough to get that opportunity. So cash in while you can, as the Middlesex batsmen need to do.
Defence on that one from De Carey's, and hopefully back on the bike then for the final ride. That'll be actually one of the nicest parts, Southampton to Taunton. It's a fair old ride past Stonehenge.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully, we'll actually overtake some cars past Stonehenge, I would have thought, as everyone is very interested every time they go past. But it'll be nice now. I think we've been on the road for a while, so people will be looking forward to getting back to Taunton. Hopefully there'll be a few supporters there, and we're actually Somerset are playing Surrey when we get back in.
It's back in. Height will be a problem with that. Go up for it, but quick shake of the head from the umpire. And 67 for 6 it is. Yep, big man as well. Overton jagging by the looks of it. Quite in the line, but looking as though it would have been leg side as well. What day of the Surrey game do you arrive?
So we arrive back on Wednesday the 26th. So hopefully there'll be a bit of stuff about us coming back in when we're there.
That's day 2 of the game, is it?
I think that's right. Hopefully there'll still be some cricket going on. You never quite know these days with 4-day cricket.
Nice shot. Might get 4 for that. That's a good tumbling stop. Worrell picking himself up out there. Saving a couple. Fine work by him. Having a boundary rope. Let's have a look again. Saying it's all downhill. And space and time runs out fast down there, but that's brilliant. From Worrell, sliding on the ropes. Another former Gloucestershire man. Not putting out the former Somerset man, Overton. How long was Dad in the position at Somerset?
So he was chairman for about 2 years, but he was pretty ill for a lot of that. But he'd been on the committee for about 10 years before that, and like I say, he was just known by so many members there, so many local people that, in our eyes, it was a no-brainer of a decision. For him, it came as a surprise, and I just remembered. One of my last cricket memories, if not my last cricket memory, was Dad was watching Somerset lift the one-day London Cup here in 2019.
It was the last Lord's final as well, wasn't it? I think it's been one here since. Anthony Gibson on the mic, who you know well.
It would have been, yeah. Anthony is great friends with my mum Rebecca, and became great friends with Dad as well. Talking about history and cricket. So they seem to mainly talk about Somerset in the sort of 1800s, and who had the more niche story.
Anthony's glory days.
About who had the more niche story about Harold Gimlet's bust that he turned up to the county ground on.
He's a godfather, Anthony, as well.
He is, yeah. So he kindly interviewed me at one of the Somerset quarter final actually against Notts, and then I saw him the other day at Northampton, but I'd completely forgotten that he might be commentating there. So when I knocked on the door and opened and looked like this, he was quite surprised to find out that he was interviewing Frankenstein during the afternoon session over at Wantage Road.
Kept a fraction low. Played by De Caries. Oh, I'm guessing you'll be up on the mic with them on day 2 next week in the Surrey game then.
Yeah, probably to the disappointment of Surrey fans who are watching at the moment. They'll have to hear me again.
If you've got any breath left by that point,
I know. Well, I'll probably be incredibly unfit if I get back on the bike now after a week's break. But yeah, he's been great at giving us some airtime, and thank you very much as well for letting me hop on here and say some stuff about our ride.
No, not at all. Well done, you. Incredible effort. 2 great causes. Did have a good chat with your dad during one of the games. Can't remember which one it was down at Taunton, but Anthony would have been in there. I didn't realise the link between Anthony and your dad, but I remember having a good chat with him one day, which probably would have been sometime around 2018, I guess. Pre-COVID, of course, as well. Yeah, chatting all things cricket at the back of the box. I do remember his great enthusiasm for the game.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was just such a Somerset fan through and through. Loved his England cricket. I mean, he used to wake Mum up in the night with the Ashes in Australia.
Is Mum a cricket fan, or is it?
She is now. She
it's
says.
The bane of your life.
Yeah, yeah. Apart from having Dad in her life, I think the fact that he bought cricket to her was one of the great things he did, the same as he did with me. And yeah, now that Dad's not around, I get to enjoy watching a lot of cricket down at the county ground with Mum when she has time, when she's not cooking me supper.
End of the over, 169 for 6. What's the plan tonight for you? Where have you got? Is the next bike ride tomorrow?
The next bike ride, yeah, is tomorrow. So after this, we're going to shoot down to the Oval. Obviously, Surrey are playing here, so we'll just get some photos outside the ground there. We're actually very fortunately through Mum, we're nipping into Downing Street for a photo outside number 10.
Lifts down the leg side, get on it. A bit of bat, deflect it. Umpire looks to say might want to signal something. Yeah, leg by, just came off the hip guard. Mum being a local MP, of course.
Yeah, that's right. She is our Taunton Dean MP for now, anyway. So long may it continue. No, she works incredibly hard, and yeah, she's very kindly organised this sort of publicity stunt for us. It may well be the first time that Lycra has been seen in Downing Street, and
since
hopefully,
Morris.
yeah, that's it, and hopefully the last.
Oh, has he nicked it? He has. He's gone. 170 for 7. Holden's gone for 26. Just pushes at that one. Overton has another, and Surrey getting right on top here. Middlesex still 25 behind. Overton celebrates. Joy for the visitors. Pushing on here immediately after the interval. A little bit wide. Pushes at that one. Holden's done. Middlesex may well be soon. Big job for De Carey's to do with the tail, which is pretty much what he was charged with this morning as well. This time shy of making Surrey bad again. 25 more. Let's put the visitors in. There's the celebration. There's the joy. And they'll know breaking that partnership, that pretty much gets Middlesex, or gets Surrey, very close to getting through. Still Helm, Bamber and Murtagh to come. The Careys will have to guard and steer them once again. Tall order for what remains. For Surrey though, they're thinking about a 3-day win here at Lord's and won't worry about tomorrow's weather at all. It's Tom Helm out to bat at number 9, enjoying De Carey's. So, well, actually, do you know what? This is a moment's pause, which will allow us to remind viewers where to go. So, Just Giving and Cycle for Charles with the number 4. But again, if you Google Charles Clark, Somerset, bike ride, then they'll find all the links. First ball, 3 slips go down. So enough from Helm, and good batters. We saw from Bamber, he's capable as well last night and this morning, but an awful lot to do. Trail by 25 runs, and I suppose targets really, it's the 25 next to the trail by 25 remaining today. Take it to day 4 if they can, and well, there is the forecast of a bit of weather around tomorrow. Middlesex will hope that it's a far worse forecast, but they've got to get there first. Single foot. Oh, gets him off the mark. 171 for 7. James, I have a turnaround at the end of the over. Thanks so much for coming up to see us. Well done with the cycle rides.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for having me. Let me talk about Dad and the ride. And yeah, please do keep following along. We'll keep you updated, and fingers crossed we make it back to Taunton in a couple of days' time.
Good man. No, thank you for coming up. He was a very popular man, and a great cause, or two great causes you're doing it for. Well done.
Brilliant. Thank you. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Glorious from Takeris down the ground, straight to the mid-off. 175 for Seven. Middlesex trailing by 20 now. On 75 for Seven. So Holden the latest to go. Focus the catch. Overton 2 for 30. I'm sure Charles Clark is smiling down on Overton, picking up a wicket at that point. So De Carey's on 8, Helm on 1. He'll have the strike. The bat down for a single. Carries won't be farming the strike just yet, and have full trust in Helm. Welcome back, Gus. A couple of quick wickets after tea, feared by Middlesex. Interval breaks up the partnership. Shot from Carey's. A couple more here. One's giving chase, and not only breaks up the partnership, one brings two.
It does. I didn't see the Higgins dismissal. Was out. LBW to
Yes.
Abbott.
Yeah, he had that big appeal against, I think it was against Higgins earlier, wasn't it? It swung back in, he stepped a long way across.
Yeah, he moved down the pitch, but similar delivery to that. I saw the sort of follow through. I didn't actually see the impact. I was ahead of my computer. Max. It's a loose one, didn't he? Sort of disappointing dismissal when you've fought so hard for a period of time. And some good bowling from Surrey, some good balls. Most of the good balls are not the ones that got the wickets, have they? Stone caught on the fence. Simpson. Nothing waft. Holden edging a wide full ball. Yeah, some dismissals that will frustrate Middlesex's. Well, frustrate the Middlesex dressing room. Full stop. And the Middlesex supporters following the team. Hopefully Helm can hang around a bit with De Cares, give him a chance to sort of build on. So encouraging at the innings of 30 in the first innings, time at the crease against a good attack, doing the world of good his confidence. But also Middlesex scoring another 30 or 40 runs to get Surrey back out there in case the over 8 is red rather than green.
Keep the strike single, 180 for 7. Well, for De Carey's, it's another chance to push his cause as a batter, as he did this morning.
You almost sort of wondered, didn't you, the way that he lined things up, whether you just keep your pads on and go out there and open in the second innings, because I know it's a new ball, different bowlers, different circumstances, but having been out there for probably 45 minutes and struck the ball pretty well, but he needs someone to stick with him, doesn't he? A chance to sort of put some runs on the ball with a top order batsman up the other end.
Moves again for Overton. I'm just going to remind myself of the game at the Aegeus, where I remember Kevin James and I were musing about the same thing. He was indeed out at the end of the Middlesex first innings, but equally at that point Bamber was 1 from 1, Helm had gone 9 from 34, Rodham Jones 26 from 38, and De Carey's was the last to go, 28 from 51, full fours, and was looking pretty good. So even though he was the last to go, he was obviously looking for the runs at that point with Bamber as well. So as Kevin James said, maybe if he was not out, then he's the one, then you could send him back out. But because he was out, so this morning not out to Carey's. So yeah, a little unlucky for him. But well, 3 wickets to go. Middlesex trailing by 18, a job to do. For many reasons. No team likes to lose by an innings, do they?
No.
As we mentioned, it's a game of great importance at either end of the table. Kent are 221, 222 for 5 now, trailing by 29 runs.
Just lost a wicket.
Just lost Finch, the Centurion, for 114, caught Walter Boldhammer. It's another trip Middlesex have in September off to Chelmsford.
Yeah, it's not the best of positions when you well, and I'm sure it's only at the end of the day or during the intervals that you'll check up. You're not sort of completely sort of sidetracked by what's going on elsewhere. But not a position you want to be in when you're looking at other grounds and hoping something happens there to help you out when you're not performing yourself. It's not the way that it should be done. What it should be done is you go out there and you play some good cricket and you control things yourself by winning games, rather than reliance on another side losing worse than you have lost.
Swing. It's been out there throughout the game. Has just been something that is discussed. Much as Selva saying, it seemed to be the first 2 evenings it was swinging more on the evenings, days 1 and 2, than it was earlier in the day.
Well, the pitches continue to sort of offer the bowlers some lateral movement. So it's just, I suppose, our Surrey bowlers a bit quicker, they'll hit the pitch a bit harder, therefore they get a little bit more out of it. And batters in a bit more form, scored more runs this season, played on potentially more batter-friendly surfaces.
Here's Laws replacing Abbott, 2 for 29 from 6. Another one back into the stumps at the non-strikers end. This time it's Helm. It's a lower order batsman, it's got to hurt even more, isn't it? Lovely straight drive. Good batter though, Helm, isn't he? Looks like Bamber to come, but Helm's the one that De Carey's will really have hopes of, that he can hang around for a while. Brilliant stop. Single for Helm. He has to get a scamper on there at the non-striker's end. Abbott doing the fielding. End of the over, just the single off it from Laws. 182 for 7. Let's have a look at some of those other scores. I mentioned the game at Chelmsford. Australia 68 for 2. Kawaja caught Bairstow Boldwood for 18. Warner Boldwokes for 28. Labuschagne and Smith, numbers 1 and 2 in the world, with their work cut out for Australia at the moment.
Got to play like number 1 and 2 in the world for the rest of tonight.
For 2 days, yeah.
And except you're going to lose sometime to the weather tomorrow, but probably a couple of sessions during the remainder of that test match.
Not quite the number 1 and 2 in the world here, saving it for Middlesex. Helm and De Carey's.
Households. Was that sledge, famous sledge, wasn't it? James Allman.
Oh.
Came out the bat at the Oval. Mark Walk first slip.
Yeah.
Giving him a golf ball. What are you doing that? You're not good enough to be playing Test cricket. Abused him. Walked down and almost said, "You shouldn't talk back. At least I'm the best player in my family."
Somerset beat Northamptonshire by 9 wickets today at Wantage Road. Nottinghamshire 226 for 5, requiring 185 more to beat Hampshire. Trent Bridge, Moores 74, James 14. 3 for 36 now, Fuller. Lancashire lead Warwickshire by 289 runs. There are 174 for 5 at Edgbaston. Keaton Jennings has 60. Balson with him on 46. Lancashire, game in hand on Surrey and Essex above them, but Lancashire looking good in the Midlands. Durham all done, 575 in their first innings. A reply to Derbyshire's 443. Needs 171, Bedingham 138. And Potts 64. Cast down the order, 80 from 79 deliveries, 11 fours and a 6. 2 without loss, trailing by 130. Assuming that is at the county ground at Chesterfield, Queen's Park. Lovely ground, that one. Leicestershire winning by 100 runs earlier, as we mentioned. That game at Grace Road, not at Grace Road, at Oakham. Low scorer, 182 for 7 here, 21 to go today.
Feeling Overton struggling a bit there.
Well, it seemed that way.
He looked a bit laboured at the end of the over, and it seems to be. The distance, moving a bit better now. He's loosened up. You look at bowlers, fast bowlers at times, and the strains you put through your body. Wonder why they're not in more injuries.
He's going off, isn't he?
Yeah, he's leaving the field. I thought he was. I think we signalled for someone else to come. It was the 12th minute.
Good leave. I mean, there's an element here for Takeri's that he's an ambitious young lad. As you say, he's excitable, he's full of energy. There's an audition here, isn't there, for him? He had the chance as an opener last year and took it. Fine 80 here against Nottinghamshire. Strong Notts attack it was that game as well. Lovely shot. Couple up the hill, pulled up by Burns. Quite a few have asked me, why is he so far down? Why is he not so even 1 or 2 more up? But I said the problem is you have to drop Higgins and Simpson down, so there's an element of jostling for places, isn't there, at the moment?
Yeah, there is. I suppose you could argue Jack Davis coming in at 4. Was it 3 actually? No, 4 wasn't it? But the other players merit their positions ahead of him.
Well, Higgins and Simpson in particular, the 2 immediately above him. He'll certainly be putting pressure on, won't he?
More so if you can get someone hanging around with him. It's a slightly different mentality than him. I'm speaking to some of the older Middlesex players at times, and they're sort of trying to be the team. So I mean, obviously the team comes first, and everything's team. But they'd be a bit selfish as well. It's like Luke Holden sort of frustrated me a few times. Get not outs. Don't throw your wicket away. Why do you? Oh, it's scoring quick runs for a team. Yeah. It's almost then an excuse to be responsible. I was playing for the team, rather than actually saying, well, no, I'm going to put a high price on my wicket. I want to get. I mean, Keith Brown, who kept wicket for Middlesex, he just loved Reading. He just loved not outs. And all right, it's not a question of just sort of looking after your average and being selfish in that respect, but actually not giving your wicket away, putting a high price on your wicket. And so much just to cares. All right, if other people are getting out, you get not out. Yeah, you played in the situation, play it well as you did in the first innings here. You got 30, pick the right balls to hit, manage that situation exceptionally well. But don't throw your wicket away just with a reckless heave, getting stumped or caught long off on the boundary.
Are we talking Mercer?
No, I'm not talking.
No, I'm
just talking about batters and the fact that there's got to be an air of. Of course, yes, you do things for the team. If you're putting yourself in front of the team, then that needs to be raised and sort of dealt with. But equally, a lot of the best players around are pretty selfish. They look after themselves. They know how to look after themselves. So it's getting that balance right between sort of doing what is obviously right for the team, but I think you have to tell you. Sharp. Lovely shot there by Tom Hull. That's a strong air for him, and it's going to beat the fielder for 4 runs. Takes Middlesex to within 7 runs of Surrey's first innings total. They lost 7 wickets to get in there. 17 wickets, sorry, get in there. But don't be getting out. That's the thing. It's almost like what I got out. It's acceptable I got out because I got out trying to do the right thing for the team. It's a bit of a cop-out to me sometimes.
I've equally heard the complaints in recent years from batters that they don't have the surfaces to go and bat for a long time, for long periods on. They're asked to make the step up to international cricket, where you play on surfaces where you're expected to bat for long periods of time, but they don't get the surfaces at county level to do that. And equally, April, May, September, all the other bits that come in, but it was ever thus, wasn't it? Championship level, at county level, it's the difference between international and domestic cricket, isn't it? Got to accept that the very best surfaces are going to be there in Test cricket. Sharp. That's the single because the sweeper's back. Lovely from Helm again. It was the tone of his bat. It wasn't quite timed. You could hear on the noise of it that it was lower down, not quite middle. Lancashire lost a 6th, 176 for 6. Alderson run outs by Hayne for 46. Joins Jennings on 62. Lead 291 for Lancashire in their second innings at Edgbaston. 2 more to finish in Division 2. Sussex 156 for 6, leading Yorkshire by 8 runs. Nicely done by DeCaro's single. St Prentice has 12 and McAndrew has 2. Carter's gone for 58.
So those Middlesex quarters round. Kent lost the 6th wicket.
Last one, Gloucestershire 66 for 1. It's day 2. Cheltenham against Glamorgan, who were 450 for 6 declared. .88 for Billy Roots, 86 not out for Cook, 76 for Carlson, and 81 for Lloyd, who's on his way to Derbyshire, as we recently found out. Test match Australia still 2 down, 75 for 2, trailing England by 200 runs.
Australia's bunkers start 237, Hazelwood 526, Cummins 129.23.
Cut hard.
Shot the cares. 4 more. trail by a single.
Line length again from Laws. It's a luxury to have, isn't it? You bring the 20-year-old in to be part of the pack of this quality calibre attack.
Yeah, I mean they've got some obviously wealthy clubs, sorry, and therefore they can attract the best domestic players as well as good overseas players. But it's full credit to them in Laws and Atkinson. They've got a couple of good, very encouraging seamers that they've brought through. And with that no ball, Middlesex storm ahead of Surrey. They're in real trouble now. It's Middlesex lead by 1.
Is it an impression of me?
Yeah, I was what if they can come back to a two-time tomorrow night in this game?
Everyone loves an optimist, Gus.
Do they?
They're going to struggle to get this to comment from the back of the box.
Middlesex double their lead.
Yeah. A bit of applause around the ground. We think that was just this. I think that was the lead run late from a few in the crowd. .198 for 7. Runs. Middlesex Reached 200. Now it's 13. Applause for that one as well.
Extra fielder being brought into the leg side, almost a bit of an umbrella field, 2 shortish mid wickets. Encouraging Holden to play across the line.
Big stuff across from him there.
Middlesex balcony. That's easy. Can't keep them away. Higgins, Stone, Noah, Holden, Davison, Shaw.
Lovely shot. Look at the timing on that. Beautiful from Helm. Doing that boundary, would have been proud of that one.
Strong shot of his. I used to say I was like Viv Richards on my legs. I was like Vivian Westwood everywhere else.
Oh, goodness me. Just said to you, they put a man back. I was just looked up and realised the second mid wicket had gone. Back to deep square.
The scaffolding has fallen down. Evasive action.
He's done well there, hasn't he?
Well, get out of the way, it doesn't matter how, does it?
Well, look at the feet off the ground here. He almost went up and down at the same time.
Tortoise.
If they'd had that second mid wicket in place, still would have been short of him. But
That might have grilled him actually, hit him on the head.
has it? Yeah, it's the
A little
questions.
delay here now while the physio comes out to check everything's in order.
Thought he managed to get him bat and gloves in front of it. Ooh. Visor and grill, was it? So you saw that one from Broad, didn't we? It got through all those years ago.
Physio.
Change of physio this match, is it? It's not
Doesn't
Pete
look like-
Waxman.
No, it's not. You're right. It's a very recognisable run to the middle.
You mentioned the balcony there. Shank Cowshall I recognise down the end. Noah.
Balcony again. Shankoff just getting to his feet. He's got a side strain there. The second 11 have actually beaten Kent seconds today at Teddington.
He's gone now. Noah.
Cornwall. He's you have to assume that's Noah there in the red vest.
Ah.
Young lad from Radlett Cricket Club. Left-arm seaman. I think he's got an injury and all, so that's why him and Ishon are doing the 12th man duty.
Yeah, he was in the
Both of them.
fields on the first day, and I thought it was Blake Cullen. He's got a very similar stature about him. Shoulders, tall, upright, no slouching.
Like, what are you looking at me for? Tom?
No trudging. You didn't have Pilates back in your day, though, Gus. You'd have been 7'2".
actually, I mean, you do realise the benefits of it, but it's one thing I didn't miss when you stop playing. There's the stretch and warm down is playing. That's the most dullest part of the day.
Well, James Franklin, I mean, now that he's packed up playing, he's certainly not Middlesex anymore, he won't mind me saying, but he said at the end of his career, he said it's not the playing that gets you, it's the warm-ups. And he said it's difficult in the end just to clamber up for all the warm-ups again.
The stretching is hugely important. You realise that, and as is core strength, and the way that all those little muscles protect your back and your bones and everything like that. But it's making the effort to do it. I mean, I'm not stretched. I still might not look like it, but I still do quite a lot of sort of exercise, cycling and things like that. But never stretch, warm up, warm down, and you just become as stiff as a skinhead's boot, don't you? I mean, there's no sort of stretching your calves and your hamstrings and your thighs or whatever. You just got to keep it going. And a big thing for the players now, Quicksilver, they're well played, is massage. Obviously Spike, there's Brett Nielsen, who's the Middlesex masseur, gets in the players, and that sort of helps. It's not a pleasurable experience having a massage or film. Not that I've had one, but
That's just the chat.
it's his elbows in, and it's. I mean, Merter sort of said it's kept him going for probably 3 or 4 years longer than he did. Just Spike getting his elbows in at the end of the day and easing things off.
Oh, that's going to be close. No. Confident youngster, isn't he? It's close.
Okay, umpire's call if it's. What are you doing appealing for that?
Stuart will message you down, so it's close to taking middle and off. Make it taking off and leg. Oh dear. That one. He was right about the two noises though. If it wasn't an inside edge, I was going to allow one in the first innings, and goodness me.
He just needs to sort of regain his composure, having been played a beautiful clip shot before off wall, and sort of sat on his backside. And it wasn't a convincing way of dealing with the short ball. So, regain your composure.
$16 overs to go after this on day 3. That's the other part. What if we do open the curtains this morning? Tomorrow morning, the weather forecast is right.
Playing the extra half hour as well.
Well, that's true. Yeah, 7 down. Mind you,
yeah, but then if you
runs to win.
Something like even 30 or 40 to win. Umpires might say nope.
So 5 for 7. They just rattled Helm a little bit with that blow to the head. A few big shots coming out from him.
But at this moment now, in years gone by, where I play the shot like that, someone would appear on the balcony and give me a big double teapot, as if to say, "What are you doing?" Gentlemen tend to be short, pretty thick set, with a beard. And there might have been a couple of expletives that was sort of shouted out as well. But he certainly knew what he felt. Yeah, Gap's been around. If you didn't need a clue, it might have been.
Yeah.
Mike was here on the first day.
I haven't seen him this match.
Good shot. That's in good form. Decorating his house at the moment, so I can imagine. Can't reach the ceilings, can it?
Surely he's there orchestrating all the painters and decorators like he used to orchestrate the field for you guys.
Well, if he was employing painters and decorators, I'm sure he'd be telling them how they should be doing their job.
Crease. Bang that one in. Defended it a little bit down the leg side to Carey's. Do you know, it was a long time into this job before I really got to know Gap, and yeah, having done it for 19 seasons, Gap was probably one of the last of the regulars that are around the ground that I got to really know. But he was a busy guy for a long while of that. Probably you keeping him away from Lords, actually.
No, he's a great man, Gap. I mean, Middlesex through and through. It's always inevitably. It's like someone was saying the other day about it. I'd love to see a few more former players around, and yes, agree. I think it's just say London been a bit more personal, getting to Lords a bit more difficult. But the trouble is, I mean, most of your relationships with your players ends with redundancy, and therefore there's not many who sort of pick the right moment or their own moment to sort of end their careers as such. So a lot of, I mean, that softens with time, and people do sort of realise what the club opportunities the club's given them, respect the opportunities they've been given, and are very proud of what they've achieved at the club. But scoop that. Wasn't the most convincing of pull shots, but got it away for two. Just sort of convinced by Helm's batting here as though he's going to be around for too much longer, unfortunately.
Yeah, the short stuff seems to change things. There's an extraordinary sound off the bat on that.
It's almost walked across the
wooden
stumps
mallet,
there, isn't it? And Gat, again, sort of obviously his coaching experience with Middlesex didn't end on a positive note, and arguably one of Middlesex's top three greatest ever cricketers is sort of booted out the club briefly. Yeah.
Oh dear, he steps away, Helm. That one's the grill. It looks as though just almost forced his hands to get on with it. Helmy changed approach afterwards. Right up there from Worrell on this occasion. 208 for 8.
Well, that's a disappointing end. I mean, Helm's a good player, he's played some nice shots, got behind it, and then all of a sudden he's done that. You just think, what have we done that for? De Care's at the other end, young fella making his way, looking pretty solid. Give him some support. Sorry, that's just a dreadful shot.
Ethan Bamber, watchman last week, watchman in the first innings. Went out there this morning with John Simpson, survived Simpson.
He did have tough. I'm just thinking back to the Helm shots, because Middlesex have. A challenge was to get ahead, so you can get out there, so you can get your over 8 point back. And once you've done that, I suppose you're open to play with a little bit more freedom. I'm not making excuses from that. But even so, it wasn't the blow to the head. But you're going to get hit as a batter. Can't. If that's the only way you're going to follow up, you're going to face a lot more short balls.
Fended off well. A gully in place is Abbott. Brave from Bamber getting in behind that one. 208 for 8. So Helm gone for 19, Worrell 2 for 43 from 15. Down to Kerry's. I'm sure be politely asking of the very polite Bamba to stick with me for a bit.
Yeah, that's half an hour fun had. Privileged to be out there in the middle, make the most of it. I hope Josh DeCares doesn't sort of suddenly do the same start. Giving himself a room, trying to play white ball cricket.
Single taken, trust in Bamba. To Carey's.
DeCares getting 35-40 not out. 70 odd runs without being out in the day.
We'll be opening the bowling as well to bring that run rate down, the over rate down. A little bit of chatter, Bamba steps away. Folks, I think it's just pulling deep square, Worrell a little bit finer. Oh, leading edge, up in the air, and just wide of Abbott. Lords can't believe it. Abbott flying around, trying to dive forward one-handed.
Well, it was a leading edge that he was out to in the first innings, wasn't he? Sort of pushing the ball to the leg side.
Where's that one better? That's because it's to Carey's. It's been a long day. Edgy, ball on the floor. Ball that is from Laws. 20-year-old. Bit of pace, bit of bounce. Leaves to Carey's. .210 for 8. 14 overs minimum remaining today. Potential of the extra half hour.
But again, you go back to the Helm shot. Can you make the game go into the somehow go into Saturday? Can you sort of survive the next 13, 14 overs? Middlesex don't have to score many runs, but you're 45 ahead, 7 or 8 down. Surrey can't take the extra half hour.
He's done well again.
Possibility that it could rain tomorrow and you get 5 points. It's not the brightest of.
I think if Mercer comes out to bat tonight, Gus, you should probably leave me to do the final part of the match alone.
With pleasure.
Hooked up in the air, Cryer catch. Fine of long leg. Fine leg, really. And he gets a single. Looking to batter him with the short stuff. Attempt down there, Jacks.
It's a really good experience this for Just a Cares. So high quality attack, different tactics, standing in front of it, taking it on, coping with it, and out there for an hour or so again. It's all adds to the memory bank. Shows you up for the fight. You're going to father like us, you can have a bit about it, aren't you? You would expect something a bit about it. Young cricketers, bright futures ahead of them. Not sure what the conversation would have been. You can start to play a couple of shots as well. So if there's a couple of short ones there, we'll take on that 50-yard leg side boundary.
A shot from Bamba. Couple taken. By Abbott, extra cover. Sorry, fielding today's been excellent. I think they've held every catch, haven't they? Remember there being a drop, there was some good outfielding, some good stops. Good team. I was going to come to that, the drop catches. Latham early in that first morning. Second slip. Smith in the 90s late in that first evening. Barely put one down I can think of. In reply. Catches have been costly this year for Middlesex. They all usually are, but feels this year more than most. They're
going to be costly. They're going to be costly against better players because better players give you fewer chances. So you've got to take 13 or 14 catches, or 12 or 13 catches a match. Where's he at that? That's an unbelievable shot.
Amber's looking for a promotion as well. Maybe Bamba. Petitioning for the T20 campaign next year.
That's a stunning stroke. He was trying to do that from outside off stump this morning, wasn't he? The one that was flicking one over the off leg side. And
No, it's over the grandstand.
Missed the off stump.
Oh, goes at that one, and that is a put down at gully. Bumped, did it?
So there might have been one drop catch. I don't think that one carried actually. Or at backward point, didn't he? It's a low catch. No, it's not carried. But it's a good stop.
That was always hurting Middlesex earlier in the season, though, that a good number of the drops had led to centuries.
Well,
Lawrence,
can't blame anybody.
Bartlett.
That's not bad luck, is it? I mean, bad luck is decisions that might not go your way, lots of playing and missing. Sometimes.
That's what I say, across the season they feel expensive at the moment, don't they? Bartlett, Lawrence immediately spring to mind. I think both were dropped twice on the way to centuries.
Can't afford to make mistakes, can you?
Duck it on naught. Edged Bamba in between Simpson and Eskenazi, didn't he? 177 runs later, but then again, Middlesex won that one. Elsewhere, Kent 263 for 7 now. They lead Essex by 12 runs, 3 wickets remaining. 55 Everson, 6 for Kadri. It's Kadri that played Middlesex seconds. It's a Kent spinner that had a spell with Middlesex. Nottinghamshire 248 for 7 now. Harrison 7, Hutton 0, Clark 67 and Moores 81, providing the majority of the resistance gone now. James 21. Bounce well there.
Played Rush. Aggressive spell this by Worrell. I think he bowled a couple of years ago. He played at Radlett on a T20 game for Gloucestershire. The quickest spell I saw all year. I mean, white ball cricket, you thought one day cricket you tend to bowl quicker because you don't know you've only got 4 or 10 overs. It was lively at Radlett that day, I remember. His spell. weary. Done his job though. Couple of wickets. Got Surrey off to a perfect start when he dismissed Peter Milan's second ball. Laws that got Surrey going, wasn't it? Slightly fortuitous wicket caught down the leg side. Simpson. Superb catch by Folks, diving to his right. Quite a while ago now, isn't it? About 11:30.
13 wickets ago. 12 wickets ago. His was the first, 12 thereafter. 10 yesterday. Looking for 2. Morrell. Around to collect. 2 for 8.
He wasn't 22. No,
24. This keeps a fraction low. Yep. Sort of dab. Shoots to the ground, low off the outside edge.
Imagine Laws and De Cares have probably played against each other quite a bit. Junior cricket, though, so just be 21. Left University Sun, so 21. Laws 20. Academies, Surrey, Middlesex. Some battles. Stick outside edge down in the third man. He's going to come back to the second. No, he's going to keep the strike. 5th ball of the over. See if that can nonchalantly clip him into the grandstand again.
It's cheered you up, that one, isn't it? I just. Oh! Well, look at that from Bamba. Pulls him.
Read the future, mate.
Nostradamus.
Don't bowl there to me, son. Cracking shot. Wonderful pull by Mr. Bamba for 6. I was chuckling because in the West Indies, like toenails, they used to say, clipped, like when you clip someone, it's like toenails. Like toenails. Or keep going. We're going to finish a spell today. A couple of wickets there to get like that, don't they? And again, it's a sort of, when we turn about batters being slightly selfish, getting not out, making sure at the crease as a bowler you want to stay on. You've worked hard, you work against the top order, a few easier wickets down the bottom, but they all mix up. At the end of the year it says 36 or 42 wickets or whatever you've got. It doesn't say you don't get more for getting a top order player, right?
17 overs in the first innings, he was wicketless, wasn't he? Not very, very well though. For 29 from his 17. Hearing applause at the back of the box. Is that a wicket at Old Trafford? Australia 97 for 3, trailed by 178. Smith caught Bairstow, bowled Wood for 17. Labuschagne on 33. Did the Aussies do night watchman?
Steve Warden, did he? I think they do. Who would it be? Hazelwood wouldn't be here. Start plays a few shots. Got such a deep batting one, isn't it?
Didn't need it. For De Carey's. No ball called. Is it no ball? No, he's not. He's just tapping his shoulder, so one for the over. I thought he'd turn to signal the no ball. Travis Head comes out to bat for Australia.
Cool fun, they're cooking.
Around the wicket with the bumpers now for De Carey's. Leg gully is Abbott, who's warming up as well. Got pad on the offside there, Smith. Fine. Deep third. He's going to come back over the wicket now to De Carey's. 2 points set back as well. Deep square. The top edge. Slow ball. Watch to see if it was back of the hands. Rolled the fingers. Back of the hands. Holden Shane. Well, he set him up perfectly there, orchestrated the field, positioned the leg gully quite precisely before that ball, and then bowled a lovely line and length delivery. 2:31 for 8. 9 to go today. 36 the lead. Two of them just weighing it up, looking up at the big screen. He looks exhausted, doesn't he, De Carey's?
Got a tough day, hasn't he? Had it for 2 hours. Being sarcastic. He doesn't look that bad. In the moment, during the battle.
Bless you. Must be one of the ground staff, whoever's got the cold or the hay fever. Might blow the effects, Mike.
It's a good job they're not telling saucy stories or anything like that. If you can hear them sneezing.
What's a loud sneeze? I've not got the earpiece in. They're letting everybody know that they've got an ailment. down. There's a lot of swing on that. Oh, buzzers as well.
Buzzers!
Away they go. Leg bias.
It's a shame you hadn't got a little clip on that. That would have inside edge 4 runs, the bowler would have gone berserk. 4, because they went pitch 4 on this occasion. It's going a long way down.
4 leg bias. The lead's 40. Bamber appreciated that one, I think.
He's a strong bowler, isn't he, Abbott? I do well in Australia. Hits the pitch hard.
It's quite similar to Wes Agard, isn't he? He was bowling for Kent on this track.
It's not a sort of pretty thoroughbred action, is it? But it gets it down there with a bit of heat on it. Getting a little bit of reverse swing, I thought. Always holding the ball, and the fact that that LBW shout to Bamber.
Bamber clips him again. Bamber's on to 20. The lead's 44. End of the 64th. Lovely scene. Middlesex hope to make stumps tonight and hope it's a miserable scene all day tomorrow. There's Overton, who we've both fancied at times, has just got a little niggle. It was what happened in the field earlier, or seems to have his knee fielding one, he wore it on the knee. 239 for 8 it is. He's bowled 10 overs, 2 for 30. Now 14 overs, 2 for 42. Speaking of big men, he makes Abbott look pretty wiry. Seconds to go today after this. The lead 47. 8 overs for an extra half an hour should a couple of wickets fall.
We lose 2 overs, don't we? 2 overs plus the over that we're in. So there's only 5 overs remaining today now. Situation with Surrey took that second ball this morning. Cost Middlesex 70 quid. Just keep him out if they have to spend another night's meal on him. Not that I'm mean.
So they stay up for this game, sorry.
I think they might do that. Actually, a couple of mornings I've said, I get here about sort of 8 o'clock-ish, just before 8 o'clock most mornings.
What for?
It's called work. And I've seen Jim Troughton walking in, who's one of the coaches stuff, and he's sort of walking up from Maida Vale.
Ridden that well.
I said, do you want the train or are you staying around there? He said, no, most of the team are at the Danubius. They didn't have enough room, so I think the coaching staff have been carted off somewhere else. So I think, it's people might sort of wonder, but it's get the underground if you get your kit there on the first. So I mean, the Middlesex side would probably go to the Oval the day before, have nets in the afternoon, leave the kit there. I suppose once there you could drive home and then get the training each day.
I remember seeing a few of the Middlesex players walking back to Vauxhall from the Oval game earlier in the season.
But a few times we have got hotels down there. And just make rooms available. If it's a late finish like today, the bowlers have had a heavy day. All of a sudden, 6:30 finish, 7 o'clock, 7:30, it's 8:30, 9 o'clock before you get home. Sort of in the traffic driving through London and eating late, getting up 7 o'clock in the morning, the following morning to be there for 9. So get a few rooms available, and I'm sure Surrey thinking the same.
What's the ground most central to Middlesex players? Radlett, Northwood?
Trying to think where people live.
Yeah, over the years, just thinking a few live up Hertfordshire way, a little bit out of London, out of the cost of London.
Robson lives around Maidavale. Stoneman, he's still down in Surrey.
Holden, yeah.
Yeah, Wimbledon. Milan's got a flat in West Hampstead. Max Holden lives in Harrow. Jack Davis, I'm not percent sure where Jack is. Simo lives in Willesden Green. Ryan Higgins, I think he's got a flat not far. Yeah, Josh Cares lives in Radlett. Tom Helm, quite close to here. Ethan Bamber, Muswell Hill, George Cross.
So it's pretty much Lords, probably.
So it's sort of spread around, really.
Hasn't always been the way, though. Over the years, a number of Middlesex players remember living a fair way out.
Well, Toby Ryland-Jones lives around Surbiton, Sunbury. I mean, that's in the reality of it all. It's most of the Middlesex homegrown players historically have lived in the suburbs. Useful for, because that's where you can afford to live. You can't afford to live around St John's Wood, Swiss Cottage, West Hampstead, because it's extremely expensive around here. So Gap is Enfield. I've always lived in sort of Harrow, Pinner.
Far enough away from Gap.
Yeah. Rad always used to, well, Rad moved out to Chorley Wood.
Self.
All
the way up the M1.
Yeah, he lived up in Woburn around there, wasn't he? Sort of.
Safari Park. Leg side again. Oh, now they're asking for the catch.
Who, me?
We get a message from Alex Stewart now saying, did Kev to hear 2 noises on that one?
Alex probably expected us to walk. Good appeal, walk. So 3 noises there, was it? Inside edge, front pad, back pad.
.243 for 8, 2 to go the over. 48. Surrey right on top. So trying to get it done today.
They're absolutely on top, and Middlesex are sort of just playing out, hoping that there may be that full day of rain tomorrow that allows them to escape. Highly unlikely, but equally frustrate Surrey. Even though they're in a contest, keep them out there, bring them back tomorrow morning if you can. A couple more runs.
Quite nicely, Bamber, didn't he? 245 for 8. Of course, they've now gone past their first innings score, haven't they? 238. Under 50. Bamber's overtaken to Carey's.
Making the strike too. Don't worry, Josh, I'll look after you.
6 overs remain today, but as Gus rightly pointed out, 3 as such, with 2 wickets to go.
So there's 10 overs really left.
With the extra half hour, yeah.
If Surrey were to claim it, which I'd imagine they would. I mean, even if they needed 60 and 4 overs, they'd probably say, right, we'll claim the extra half hour and they'll smack for it. We'll get to the stage where sort of if these two can survive the next 6 overs, and it's a big if. There's playing a miss and there's still enough happening then, creating chances, half chances. Sorry. Oh, look at the helmet. No, missed. Not a lot of clutching.
Leg by signals. Overton slaps his thigh in frustration.
But I think if Middlesex did survive to then the umpires would, you couldn't sort of claim the extra half hour, 9 down, 2 overs lose for until I think you'd have to walk off them. So there's definitely something for Middlesex to play for in these last 25 minutes of cricket now.
I think that was a problem for him. I think he was just adjusting his bootstrap there, Overton. Floodlights coming on again. Over. Scrambles through for a single. End of the over, 2:49 for 8. In the air from Bamba, just about clears cover. Deep point comes around, they take 2. Oh, he's dived, goodness me. And overthrows 4 more. Others! I'll let you deal with that one, Gus.
Lots of buzzers. That was Avery. I think that's 6 runs that. So plus the other 4, it's 10. Sorry, around 2. So I've been very generous. 8 runs. Holden not happy. They go against your name. Quicker ball. Following through Abbott there, having a word.
Well, just pushed it to a final day there. 60 runs in something. By our logic, there's 2 overs to go after this.
Half an hour,
They can
9. 60 and 9. Very gettable, isn't it? Well, I'm thinking saying 9 because there's still 2 left today, plus the 7, which would take you up to 9.
Underarm at the stumps.
Say same old Surrey. But I don't mean it. But it does highlight a bit of frustration, doesn't it? I think Surrey would have been hoping that this game would have been done and dusted by now, but these two sort of hung around there for getting close to 45 minutes. Streaky edge down to third man for 4.
This is Bamber's highest score.
You two. I just say at the start of the day, Ethan, when you got 50, come and talk to me.
Well, there are 2 openers out there.
Going back, third man going in place. Not that Surrey are worried about Middlesex scoring the runs, but might because a couple of short balls are coming to frustration of Mr. Abbott.
She's at that one. Bamber with bat. Yes, this is his highest score now. Yes, previously 37 not out, now 38 not out.
Well played. Another over safely got through, but 9 runs in that over. No, 10. Have the buzzers. And the 4 down to third man. I always look back at the famous Test match where I was in at the end against South Africa at Old Trafford. Robert Croft and I sort of managed to bat out the last 4 or 5 overs against South Africa to draw, and it sort of meant England kept in the series and we won the last 2 Test matches to win the series 2-1. And being out there and saying to Peter Willey, who was the umpire, how long do I have to bat with? I don't know. What do you mean you don't? I'll choose your chocolate fire guy. And then sort of these, you just keep batting. You just keep batting. That's what he kept saying, because it was getting near the fact that sort of there's how many overs left, you lose 2 overs, and the scores were level, so that there was no sort of question of them having to go out and get 15 runs or something like that. It was one ball could have ended it, and it just kept batting and batting and batting. It's a bit like that now sort of with Middlesex. So all right, they're in this over. You lose 2 overs, that means there's 1 left. You could ask if they get through the next over, does the 2 overs then interfere with your 6 overs? Does your 7 overs become 6 overs in your extra half hour type of situation? So ask the umpires. The umpires, I don't know. I'm sure they are. Where is he there?
Oh, up in the air and over. Goodness me. Down the ground it goes. He hasn't got all of it. It was very much the toe end of the bat, but managed to get it over mid-off crucially. Burns retreats to collect. Bamber's on to 40.
What's he doing that for? It's hard to give him a rollick in. He's got 40.
Even Bamber's thinking about himself here.
Well, he's getting giddy, isn't he? It's
50 at Lords.
After 30 balls, it's like last day of the cells, isn't it? Everything's got to go. That's better, yeah. Again, it's back on side. Bit of sanity.
5th ball of the over. Taking a single, Bamber. Slips out. Single, hands on head for Overton. It's just shy of being a no ball.
So you now say to the umpires, right, sort of knee-high full toss, wasn't it? A bit high. Yeah. You now say to the umpires, right, is that it for the day if we get out now? I mean, so assuming Mert isn't going to last too long. Got 69 or 7 overs, or the umpire just say, just keep batting, just keep batting.
So you and Crofty 10 and 11. I do remember it now. When he said it at first, I thought, when was that? And then he said Croft and yeah, I remember.
1998.
It's 10 and 11. Who was number 9 then that pushed
I don't know whether
to
Croft
10 and
was.
11?
I don't know whether Croft was. No, Croft was probably 9. Goff was 10, I think. I just remember sitting on the balcony at Old Trafford next to Bumble, David Lloyd was the coach. And my job was calming him down. I mean, I'm the one that's got to go out there, and he's the one that's up and down. What's he doing? What's he doing? Oh, what's he doing? It's like carrying on like an absolute goose. It's like the Bumble is just nightmare. Strange day that, because you sort of arrived in the morning thinking, and it's horrible being the last man, number 11. I mean, all right, you can argue nothing's expected, but quite often you can just, blimey, you might have to do something right at the end of the day. Atherton and Stewart both played well, and they got out hooking, which was really respectable shots. One of them for 100.
Only because you know they're both probably tuned in right now.
Ooh, good ball. And then you felt all right going out there, and then I went to speak to Crofty. My mouth was just dry because of obviously nerves and sort of aware of the situation.
And you'd have to talk.
Yeah, and I've been calming Bumble down the last half an hour, last 2 hours. Just a relief to get out there. Actually, Alex Stewart was captain.
So 98, that was Donald's, Pollock.
Yep.
Antini? Too early for Antini.
Yeah, Antini was
would have
Antini.
played, yeah.
That was what Croft said to me. Went out to bat, sort of, before having about 5-6 overs left or whatever it was. So I went out to bat and said, what's happening? What's going on? So I tell you what, Antini's difficult to pick. He's wide of the crease and the ball's coming out of the Red Rose swing, which is a red brick building behind up in the top corner. He said, so I'll take Antida, you can take Donald. I thought, thanks a lot, pal. Kirsten got 200.
Bowls. 1 over remains of day 3. 2 overs, sorry, of day 3.
Would does if you lose a wicket in the last over, does again you get all these little situations here. So right,
do you still lose 2 for the change of innings?
We lose a wicket in the last, so we'll get through this over, lose a 9th wicket in the last over. You normally walk off, don't you?
Yep.
What if they claim, can they claim the extra half hour?
I guess it's over the lead of 70.
As an umpire, I should have the answer. But I haven't got a clue. But it's only sort of cricket that throws up these ridiculous little situations, doesn't it?
Brilliant. And Overton carries back in, but Overton, end of the 3rd day, still giving it his all. Class.
He's happy there, Jamie, isn't he? Delighted with that. Running from 25 yards. Absolutely
O'Shaughnessy doesn't look impressed, whoever it is down below us.
jiggered. All the poor batsman pulls out just at the last moment.
Whatever it was, the bowler and the umpire did see it as well. Still all wound up. Overton though.
One of my favourite tough love rounds was sort of the end of the day's play. Middlesex had a poor day. The opposition tough has not done very well. Lots of appeals. Got nothing out of the umpire. Sort of usual sort of friction between Tufnell and the umpire. And so the last ball of the day, Tufnell had run up.
Pulls up in the air, safe, and 4. Actually, he's pulled it better than I think even he realised. His head immediately went to the sky. So
great shot there by Ethan. 45 to his name. He swiveled so hard there. The sort of what they called pads at the back of your helmet have sort of come loose. Actually, if one of them come off now, you didn't hit the stumps, you wouldn't be out, would you? I don't think it would be anymore now.
Well, actually, it's loose. Look, it was hanging loose before the ball was even bowled, and then the whole thing came loose.
So Tough as a bowl right below the last no ball. Umpire signal no ball. Dragging the story out, aren't I?
You're just distracted from the fact that Bumble might get a 50.
I hope he does. 46, 1 stroke away. So umpire signal no ball, and he said to the non-strikers then, you thought after the day this lot have to add their work against the field as quick as they could. And Tough was, I won't use the exact language, he said, you haven't had such a good day yourself, mate. As he walked past him, and the umpire hauled him into his room and disciplined him at the end of the day's play. And it was just a great retort. You ain't such a good, haven't had such a good day yourself, mate. Sure.
Carys keeps the strike. Bamber's on 46.
I think this game's got to go into the 4th day now, hasn't it? No matter what happens. That's my reading of the situation, so well done, Josh and Ethan. How long have they been batting for?
64 the partnership, so
It's been a bit now, hasn't it?
oh, he's bowled him. De Carys has gone for 31. Just flicked the outside of the off stump. 272 for 9. Bamber tucks the bat under his arm. He thinks that's stumps for day 3. Stumps for day 3 it appears to be. Well, outstanding from De Carys, 31. And in the final over of the day, Abbott picks up his 3rd wicket. And, well, any of us could have seen that coming, really. That's sport, because you never see anything coming, do you? But goodness me, what a way to finish it today.
It is. Well, they've done the job, haven't they? I mean, as far as Middlesex is concerned, having fallen away in the 2nd innings and been unable to sort of challenge Surrey seriously, those two put a great fight in there to get Middlesex into the last day and give some hope that the weather might somehow come and save them on Saturday, tomorrow. So well played, you two. An excellent spirited defence there for the last hour and a bit. They're getting a nice round of applause, actually appreciated by the members, which is good to see.
56 minutes Bamber had been out there. 37 minutes, well, he's still there. The slight problem for Bamber, he's not out in 46 overnight. There's 1 wicket to go. There's 5 balls left to the over.
What's Murder going to do?
He couldn't, could he? Surely couldn't do I Bamber as 50.
Probably could. Quite easily. But Surrey's day, 14 wickets they've taken today. Bowled Middlesex out. Middlesex started the day on 179 for 5, hoping that they could score another 100 runs to avoid that follow-on. It didn't happen. Bowled out for 238, so 50 runs short of the follow-on. So conceding now. First innings deficit of almost 200 runs. Lost a wicket at the 2nd ball. Stoneman played well, brilliantly caught on the boundary. And sorry, bowl well. There's been enough happening in this pitch to make batsmen always sort of wary. But a few soft dismissals, just looking at, say, all right, Stoneman was looking to be positive. His positivity's got him to 72 or 78 balls, so an excellent strike rate. Just thinking Simpson's was a poor shot, so they just held his back there, nothing shot. Helm, poor shot at the end. Holden, indifferent shot too. So Middlesex, I suppose you could argue after the season they've had about making some progress with the runs that they're starting to put on the board, but when you're conceding over 400 in the first innings, you've got to have a score with at least a 3 in front of it to remain in the game. And Surrey have been outplayed Middlesex, certainly today, and on the first day. You could argue yesterday was even Stevens, if not Middlesex's day, but the game is there, and bar 90 overs, 90, no, bar Mercer. I've got more. I think we've got to hope for more. The Rain is a more realistic opponent than Mercer to Surrey at this moment in time. So Middlesex will be hoping that they drive into London tomorrow. The skies are grey, there's a steady drizzle in the air, and that's the only way out. Sorry though, if you're putting your neutral hat on, it'd be hard to deprive them. They deserve a victory. They've outplayed Middlesex in this match. They deserve to be in the position they're in, but at least Middlesex, in the form of Bamber and De Carys this evening, has shown a real bit of fight, which has been good to see.
Kent have taken it to a final day at Chelmsford. They lead Essex by 14 runs with 3 wickets remaining. We'll be back in the morning then. Thank you, Angus Fraser. Thank you, everybody at home, for your company. We've been tuned in on this one from myself, Kevin Hand, and the team, bringing you the stream here at Lord's. It's a very good evening with Middlesex leading by 77 runs. They have 1 wicket remaining as they follow on 272 for 9 overnight. Good night from us.